In this video, we are going to see part 3 of If Tony Stark Adopted Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville. And this is the last part, so thank you for showing love on this series. I hope you will enjoy this video too, and this video is divided in 12 chapters from chapter 13 to 24. Enjoy it, and make sure to leave a like, share, and subscribe. Let's jump right into the video!
Chapter 13. The first Goodbye the Transit was scheduled for September 1st, which meant August was a month of endings that didn't feel like endings, because everyone was working very hard to make them feel like something else. Preparations, logistics, practical matters, all the useful activity that kept the underneath thing at a manageable distance. Tony threw himself into useful activity the way he threw himself into most things, which was completely. He outfitted 4 trunks. Not the standard Hogwarts supply list, which Hermione had sourced and printed and annotated with supplementary recommendations, though everything on the list was included properly. He added to each trunk the specific things that 3 months of close observation had told him each of them would need. Hermione's trunk had a dedicated compartment for the arithmancy materials, the restricted section copies Dumbledore had brought, and a leather-bound notebook he'd had made with her name embossed on the cover H.J. Granger, because her current notebooks were all Stark Industries branded, and he thought she should have something that was entirely hers. He included a secondary Stark pad, loaded with the development environment for the adaptive algorithm, the full resonance model with remote access, and every scientific paper from their collaboration that she'd co-authored in the last 3 months. He put her name on those papers before he packed them. Hermione Granger, co-author, first on the magical theory section. He'd had Mulroney formalize the intellectual property documentation. He didn't tell Hermione, he just put the papers in the trunk. Ron's trunk had the tournament chess set, a Stark Industries portable communicator modified for dimensional relay so he could call home without going through the formal channel. 3 tactical analysis books on Muggle, sports that Tony had sourced, because Ron's spatial reasoning applied universally. And Tony suspected Quidditch strategy was more interesting than the books Ron had read 12 times already. And at the bottom, wrapped in brown paper, a note. Tony had worked on the note for an embarrassing amount of time. It said, in the end, "The spatial reasoning data is yours. You can access your Jarvis file remotely. The numbers don't change just because you're somewhere else. Don't let anyone tell you you're the second best at something. Run your own numbers." He signed it. Tony, he thought about it, added, "Also, call your mother more than you think you need to. She's good at this." Neville's trunk had a portable grow kit, 12 compartments, soil included, full-spectrum grow bulb, the specific nutrient formula Mr. Arcaffer had recommended. He included a botanical reference library that was better than anything available at Hogwarts, which Dumbledore had confirmed with the expression of someone slightly embarrassed about his institution's existing catalogue. And he included in a separate padded case 3 propagation cuttings from the window box, the lavender, the rosemary, and the herb blend he'd developed that Tony's system tolerated better than coffee. The note in Neville's trunk said, "The garden will be here when you come back. Mr. Arcaffer has instructions, but take some of it with you." Harry's trunk took the longest. Tony put the engineering textbooks in both volumes, annotated, the second with Harry's own notes now as dense as Tony's in the margins of the first. He put in the Stark pad with a different configuration from Hermione's less research framework, more direct line. 1 button contact to Tony, 1 to Jarvis, 1 labeled emergency that went to both simultaneously plus Pepper and the building's security system. And 3 other things Harry didn't need to know about yet. He put in the EM pulse dampener, a small device, wristband design, which Tony had finished 2 weeks ago and hadn't given Harry yet because he'd wanted to test it thoroughly first. It regulated Harry's magical output through the electronics interaction zone, meaning Harry could use the school's computers and electrical systems without disrupting them. Meant He could move through both worlds without the constant low-level anxiety of being a source of disruption. He tested it 14 times before he packed it. He put in a photograph printed, physical, which was unusual for Tony, who lived in a holographic world. The 4 kids in the lab from 3 weeks ago, one of the moments Jarvis had captured in the ongoing ambient recording. Hermione at the whiteboard, Ron at the holographic display, Neville with the propagation tray, Harry in the corner chair. All 4 in their specific corners of a space that was theirs. He printed 2 copies, one for Harry's trunk. He kept the other one on his workbench without examining why. Harry's note said, "The calibration drift. You found that. Don't forget you found that." He thought about it for a long time, added one line, "The lab is still yours. The bolt is still there." The week before September 1st had a specific texture. Tense under the surface, soft on top, the way water looks calm before the weather changes. Everyone was warm and present, and slightly too present, in the way that people are when they're storing up proximity against a coming absence. Neville spent 3 mornings with Mr. Ackaffer, transferring detailed care instructions for every plant in the school garden with the thoroughness of someone writing a field manual. Mr. Ackaffer listened to all of it with the patient attention of a man who knew gardens, and also knew that this was about more than the garden. Hermione and Tony had 4 late-night lab sessions in the final week, working on the adaptive algorithm with an intensity that had a different quality than usual, not racing, not anxious, but thorough in the way of people completing something before a pause. On the last night, she got a crucial function working, and it ran clean, and she looked at the readout and said nothing for a while and then said, "I'll finish the next section at Hogwarts, remote access." "Every day if you want," Tony said. "Every day," she confirmed, like it was a schedule item. Ron had his last chess club session and apparently played the most extraordinary game of his tenure, which Marcus described afterward in a voice message to Tony as honestly somewhat frightening. "I don't think I even understood what was happening until it was over." He came home from it flushed and satisfied and sat at the kitchen table and cooked dinner, a larger meal than usual, extra portions. The specific generosity of someone feeding people before a parting. They ate it together, all 5 of them, and talked about nothing important for 2 hours. Tony noticed the talking about nothing important. He participated in it. He understood what it was for. Harry said very little for the last 3 days. Not the worried quiet or the watchful quiet, a different one, new one Tony was reading as processing something large. He spent time in the lab without working, which Harry never did. He'd come in and sit and look at the resonance model and look at the city and not read or disassemble anything. Just sit. Tony let him. On the last evening, Harry came to the workbench while Tony was doing a final calibration check on the counter-resonance prototype. "Will it be done?" Harry said. "By next summer." Tony looked at the prototype. "Getting closer," he said. "The dynamic tracking mechanism is working now, Hermione's algorithm. The hardware integration is the remaining challenge." He paused. "By next summer, possibly. By the summer after, certainly." Harry looked at the prototype. "I want to be here for it," Harry said. "When you do it." Tony looked at him. "You will be," Tony said. "That's not a question." Harry nodded slowly. He reached out and touched the edge of the prototype casing, not the active components, the outer frame, something that looked like checking whether it was real. "The both worlds thing," Harry said. "It's—" He paused, looking for the right word. "It's the first time I've had something to come back to. Usually when I go somewhere that's it. That's just where I am now." Tony looked at the prototype. "You've got a place to come back to," Tony said. "That's permanent." "The arrangement is a schedule, not a condition." "What's the difference?" Harry said. "A condition means you have to keep earning it," Tony said. "A schedule means it just is. Tuesday is Tuesday. You don't earn Tuesday." Harry looked at him. "August is August," Tony said. "Every year." "This is August." Harry was quiet. "Okay," he said finally. "Okay." He went to bed at a reasonable hour for the first time in 3 weeks. Tony stayed in the lab until 2 a.m., not because there was work to do, but because the lab felt like the right place to be with the night. September 1st arrived. The transit logistics had been worked out by Dumbledore and Jarvis in a collaboration Tony still found faintly surreal the two of them had, over the course of August, developed something approaching an efficient working relationship, which involved Dumbledore treating Jarvis as a colleague of roughly equal standing, and Jarvis treating Dumbledore with the particular warmth he reserved for people who spoke to him with genuine respect. The transit point was in Riverside Park at 10 a.m., dimensional coordinates aligned to the platform 9 3/4 entry point on the other side. Tony drove them, 4 trunks in the back, 4 kids in the car. Dumbledore was meeting them at the park. The morning was the specific quality of early September in New York, still summer warm, but with the first edge of something else in the air, the particular light that came with the angle of the September sun. Nobody talked much in the car. Ron was looking out the window with his chin in his hand, and the expression of someone who had 2 contradictory feelings simultaneously and was being patient with both of them. Hermione had her notebook out but wasn't writing in it. Neville was holding his bag on his lap, which had a small propagation case in it that he'd added at the last minute because he'd decided 3 cuttings wasn't quite enough. Harry was watching the city go by. Tony drove. At a red light, Ron said, "Do you think the Hogwarts Express has better food than the food here?" Nobody answered. "I'm going to say no," Ron said, "but I'm keeping an open mind." Neville said, "The trolley has chocolate frogs." "True," Ron conceded. "That's a point in its favor." Hermione said, not looking up from her notebook, "You're going to miss the kitchen." "I'm going to miss a lot of things," Ron said, and the way he said it was simple enough to cover everything it meant. Tony looked at the road. Riverside Park was clear in the way parks are at 10 a.m. on a weekday. A few dog walkers. A jogger, the indifferent good nature of a city morning going about its business. Dumbledore was there at the transit point, which was an unmarked patch of grass beside an oak tree that looked like every other patch of grass beside an oak tree, except that Jarvis was reading a subtle spatial resonance at its coordinates. Tony parked. They got the trunks out. They stood in the park in the September morning. Dumbledore stood at a respectful distance, giving the moment its space. Tony looked at the 4 of them. He'd been trying not to do the obvious thing, which was to memorize them standing there. He did it anyway. Ron. Taller than when he'd arrived, which shouldn't have been possible in 3 months, but Tony had evidence in the height marks on the kitchen doorframe that Neville had started making somewhere in July. Wearing jeans and a Stark Industries hoodie, holding the chest-set bag over one shoulder, looking at Tony with the open expression of someone who had nothing to hide and was choosing not to hide it. Hermione. The notebook in her bag, the leather-bound one, 3 new ones filling up alongside it. Standing straight in the specific way she stood when she was feeling something large and had decided to feel it fully rather than organize it. Looking at Tony with the careful, comprehensive attention she gave everything that mattered to her. Neville, holding the bag with the propagation case. The hedge was gone from his expression, not fully, not forever, but gone enough that when he looked at Tony he looked at him directly, with the quiet certainty of someone who had started, tentatively, to trust his own instincts, including the instinct that said this was a safe thing to be sad about. Harry, standing slightly apart, slightly ahead, facing the transit point. The Stark pad in his bag, the EM dampener on his wrist, he'd tried it on immediately when Tony gave it to him and said, very quietly, "Oh, that's different," and Tony had not asked him to elaborate because the expression on his face said enough. Harry looked at Tony with the old eyes that were, Tony had noticed recently, less old. Not young exactly. Harry was never going to be uncomplicated, but younger. Like something was releasing slowly, like ice in April. Tony thought about what he was going to say. He drafted several versions in his head over the last 2 days and discarded all of them because they were either too much or too small. He said, "Jarvis has your remote access codes. The lab will be open. Call whenever there's no wrong time. The garden instructions are with Mr. Ackaffer." He looked at each of them. "The both worlds arrangement is in writing and it's solid. Nothing changes while you're gone. Everything will be here." Ron said, "You'll eat properly?" Tony looked at him. I'll eat, Tony said. Properly, Ron said. That's different. I have your mother's recipe, Tony said. I'll make the soup. Ron looked at him for a moment. He stepped forward and hugged Tony. It was not a small thing. Ron was built like someone who had grown up with brothers, which meant the hug had the full weight of someone who hugged like they meant it, and he meant it, and Tony stood in it and thought, right. Okay, this is what this is. He put his arm around Ron's shoulders and held on for a moment. Ron stepped back, red-faced in the way of someone who had done the sincere thing in public and was now performing not caring about it. Right, Ron said. Good, good, Tony said. Hermione hugged him next, which was smaller physically and larger in every other sense, precise and deliberate and total, the way Hermione did everything. She said into his shoulder, I'll finish the next section by October. I know you will, Tony said. Neville hugged him third, briefly and carefully, and said, The lavender cutting on the left needs the most water. Jarvis has it logged, Tony said. Neville nodded, stepped back, looked at the transit point, looked at Tony. Thank you for the window boxes, he said. Tony nodded. Harry was last. Harry stood in front of him and didn't say anything for a moment. The calibration drift, Tony said quietly. Harry looked at him. Don't forget, Tony said. Harry nodded. He stepped forward and hugged Tony, which Tony noted. In the part of his brain that noted things was the first time Harry had initiated physical contact of any kind in 3 months. Every previous contact had been Tony's initiation, careful and non-demanding, a hand on the shoulder, a presence next to rather than imposed upon. Harry initiated this one. He was not as practiced at it as Ron. There was something slightly careful about it, slightly uncertain, like a motion performed without sufficient prior data. But it was real and it was his, and Tony held it exactly as seriously as it deserved. August, Tony said quietly. August, Harry said. They stepped back. Dumbledore moved to the transit point. The spatial distortion opened the light shifting, the air doing the thing that made Jarvis's sensors light up, the particular quality of a threshold that was visible if you knew how to look. Ron went first, dragging his trunk with one last look back that contained everything. Hermione went second, organized, precise, carrying the leather-bound notebook in her hand rather than in her bag. Neville went third, carefully, both hands on the propagation case. Harry went last. He stood at the threshold for a moment, turned back, looked at Tony. Tony raised one hand. Harry went through. The threshold closed. The park was September morning, dog walkers and joggers and indifferent good nature, and Tony stood at an unremarkable patch of grass beside an oak tree in Riverside Park and looked at the space where 4 people had been. Dumbledore, who had gone through and come back a transit that apparently allowed for that, stood beside him. They'll be on the train within the hour, Dumbledore said. At the castle by evening, Tony nodded. The castle is good for them, Tony said. Yes, Dumbledore said, and so are you. A pause. The 2 things are not in competition. Tony looked at the space. I know, he said. Dumbledore nodded. Turn to go. Professor, Tony said. Dumbledore turned back. The Horcrux project, Tony said. I'm going to need Hogwarts restricted section access. Hermione's going to find the next problem in the algorithm, and it'll require source material she doesn't have here. I'll ensure she has full access, Dumbledore said, and I'm going to need a direct communication channel, faster than the relay. I'll look into what's possible, Dumbledore said. Magical electronic communication is a frontier that appears to have considerable unexplored territory. Tell Jarvis, Tony said. They'll figure it out. Dumbledore looked at the sky, the September sky, clear and bright and enormous. Mr. Stark, he said. Tony looked at him. They are going to be fine, Dumbledore said. At Hogwarts and here, both, they are going to be more than fine. Tony looked at the patch of grass. I know, he said. He walked back to the car. He drove back to the tower alone through Manhattan morning traffic, which was the same as always, enormous and indifferent and full of sound. He parked. He went upstairs. He went into the kitchen. He stood in the kitchen, the window boxes, the propagation trays, the chess set mid-game. Hermione's notebooks, the spares, the overflow, the ones that didn't fit in the trunk. Harry's engineering textbook, the first volume, the one with Tony's own original annotations, which Harry had apparently left deliberately because there was a second and cleaner copy in the trunk, and this one was the one that had been read together. Tony stood in the kitchen for a while. Then he went to the lab. He opened the Both Worlds file. He opened the eviction file. He opened the resident file and looked at the 4 names and looked at the notes and added 1 line to each under Harry. He initiated under Hermione. She took the notebook. Under Ron. He made me promise to eat properly under Neville. The lavender cutting on the left needs the most water. He closed the file. He pulled up the adaptive algorithm Hermione's work, the tracking mechanism, the function she'd gotten working 3 days ago. He looked at the next problem, the one he'd been waiting to tackle until she was ready, the one that was going to require 3 weeks of careful work and her input from the Hogwarts end. He sent her a message through the remote access channel. Next section, when you're ready. No rush. Her reply came 6 hours later. She'd been on the train, he calculated, and had found Wi-Fi somewhere in the castle's new system, which Dumbledore had upgraded with Tony's remote technical assistance in August. Ready now. Give me until tomorrow to settle. Then we start. Tony looked at the message. He thought about the castle and the train and 4 kids arriving somewhere that was also home. He thought about Both Worlds. He thought about August. He typed back. Tomorrow, he went back to work. The lab held its specific quiet, not empty, not the before quiet. Different. The after quiet of a space that had been full and would be full again. Tony worked. Outside, Manhattan blazed. Inside, on the workbench, the counter-resonance prototype sat in its current incomplete state, waiting for the next iteration, the next month of careful engineering. And on the corner of the workbench, where Tony had put it without thinking about it, the photograph, the 4 of them in the lab, each in their corner, the image of a specific evening that had happened and could not be taken back. Tony glanced at it once, went back to work. Chapter 14. Letters across dimensions. The first letter arrived on a Thursday. Not through the dimensional relay. Tony had that channel, the electronic one, the one Jarvis monitored, and which Hermione used for algorithm work, and Ron used for calling his mother, and which had become a routine infrastructure of the Both Worlds arrangement. This was a letter. Physical. Delivered by an owl that materialized in Tony's lab at 9 a.m. Dropped an envelope on the workbench with the precise efficiency of something that had done this many times, and considered it a professional transaction, and then sat on the edge of the holographic display looking at Tony with the flat assessment of a creature that has decided opinions about humans and is not sharing them. Tony looked at the owl looked at Tony. "Jarvis," Tony said. "It's an owl, sir," Jarvis said. "Genus bubo." The delivery appears intentional. "I can see that," Tony said. "Why is it still here?" "Owls typically wait for a reply," Jarvis said. "Or for a treat. I believe the standard is something called owl treats, but we don't have any. I could suggest alternatives." "What alternatives?" "A small piece of the chicken from last night's dinner might suffice." "Owls are carnivorous." Tony looked at the owl. The owl blinked slowly with the expression of something that had significant patience, but was aware that patience was finite. Tony got the chicken. The owl took it with the dignity of someone accepting a slightly substandard offering and making clear they were doing so as a courtesy. Then it sat back on the display and waited. Tony opened the envelope. There were 3 pages, folded carefully. The handwriting on the outside said Tony in a script that he recognized slightly cramped, slanting left. The handwriting of someone who thought faster than they wrote and had developed a style that tried to keep pace. He read it. "Tony, I've started this 3 times and deleted well. I can't delete a letter, so I've thrown away 2 sheets of paper," which Hermione says is wasteful, but she also said the first draft was too short, and the second was trying too hard, which I'm not sure how to take, but I think she means I was using too many words to say simple things, so I'm trying to just say the simple things. The castle is strange. I forgot how large it is. Or maybe I notice it more now because I've been in a building that makes sense, where you can see how things connect, where the architecture follows logic. Hogwarts doesn't follow logic. Staircases move, portraits talk. There's a room that's apparently only there on Tuesdays. I used to accept all of that without thinking because it was just how things were. Now I find myself looking at the moving staircases and thinking about what problem they're solving and whether it's actually the most efficient solution, which Hermione says is a sign I've spent too much time in your lab. I think she means it as a mild criticism, but I don't take it that way. Defense against the dark arts is better than last year. Professor Lupin is the new teacher, and I'll tell you about him another time. The short version is he's good at it, and he treats us like we're capable of handling real information, which you'll understand why I appreciate. I used the EM dampener in Muggle studies. The classroom has a projector now. It didn't short out. That was I hadn't understood how much of my attention was going to not disrupting things until it wasn't going to that anymore. There was just the class. I've been thinking about what you said. About the variable on the left, about convention versus logic. Lupin does something similar. He explains why things work, not just that they work. I'd forgotten that was possible in a classroom. The third thing, which I've been trying to figure out how to say. I went to the astronomy tower last night because I couldn't sleep and I wanted to see the sky. You can see a lot of sky from there, more than from the balcony. Different kind of sky, no city light, just stars, a lot of them. I thought about the lab, and I thought about the project, and I thought about the photograph I didn't take but which I have a copy of, because Neville found the second print on the workbench and thought you'd left it there by accident and gave it to me. I assume you left it there on purpose. The sky here is very large and very old-feeling, but the thing I kept thinking was, I have somewhere to come back to. That's new. That's still new, I mean. I'm still getting used to it. I'm going to come back to it in December, and the algorithm will be further along, and Neville's found something interesting with the fungal magical interface theory. And Ron is going to be on the Quidditch team, and Hermione is insufferable about all of it in the best possible way. I'm okay. I wanted to tell you I'm okay before I said anything else, but I couldn't work out where to put it in the letter without it sounding like a report, so it's here in the middle where it's just true. Harry P.S. The owl's name is apparently Ptolemy, and he expects chicken. He told Hermione, and she told me. Yes, he told her, don't ask. Tony read the letter twice. He looked at the photograph on the workbench, which Harry now knew he'd left there on purpose. He looked at Ptolemy, who was watching him with the expression of something that understood the situation completely. Tony went to the lab desk and found a piece of actual paper, which required 3 minutes of searching because Tony lived in a holographic world, and a pen. He sat down. He wrote, Harry Ptolemy got more chicken. He seems to have decided the standard around here is above average, which I take as a professional compliment. The algorithm is in section 4. Hermione is handling the recursive function. She'll tell you about it. She's been explaining it in increasingly vivid terms on the relay. The prototype has a new housing, better shielding. I rebuilt the primary induction coil last week. Progress. The balcony is cold now. I went out there last Tuesday for the first time since you left, and I thought about different kinds of sky. I think you're right that both can be true simultaneously. Large and old and still feeling, and also containing the lab and the photograph and the October light on the Hudson. Things can be true at the same time. Lupin sounds right. I'd like to meet him at some point. Anyone who teaches with actual information instead of performance gets professional respect from me. The EM dampener good. That's what it's for. I want a full report in January on how it's held up over a term. Not because I'm worried, because I want the data. I left the photograph on purpose. You're okay. That's not a report. That's the most important thing in this letter, and you put it in the right place. Come back in December. Tony P.S. Tell Neville the lavender is doing well. The fungal magical interface theory, I want a briefing. Tell him to write it up properly. I'm serious. He folded the letter. He looked at Ptolemy. Can you take this back? He said. Ptolemy ruffled his feathers in a way that Jarvis later described as almost certainly affirmative. Tony attached the letter to Ptolemy's leg, which he managed without incident, and Ptolemy disappeared in the particular way of things that moved between dimensions and didn't particularly need Tony's help to do so. Tony sat at the workbench. The lab was quiet. He went back to work. The Quidditch game was in late October. Tony didn't attend, he was in a different dimension, and Quidditch pitch architecture was not designed with spectators from parallel Earths in mind. But Ron had set up a running commentary via the dimensional relay, which meant Tony's phone produced a stream of messages from 2 p.m. onward, while Tony was in the middle of rebuilding the induction coil. The messages were a masterpiece of real-time tactical analysis delivered in the specific register of someone who was playing the most significant game of his life, and had also become, over 3 months, comfortable enough with Tony to narrate directly, starting in 20 min. Keeper position: Gryffindor vs Slytherin. The Slytherin chaser formation is the same one they used last year, which means they haven't adapted, and I already know the counter would give a speech. It was passionate. I contributed 3 tactical observations, and he looked at me like I'd spoken another language, but Hermione says that's progress from last year when he just looked confused first period. We're up 40-20. The chaser formation thing held. Also, I saved 4 shots that should have gone in, and one was frankly spectacular. I'm not being arrogant, it just was Tony had set his phone to vibrate only, and was reading the messages between steps of the induction coil rebuild. Halftime, 80-50. Harry's having trouble spotting the snitch because of the sun angle. I told him at the break to look at where Draco Malfoy is looking instead of where the snitch is, because Malfoy has been watching the same section of sky for 6 minutes, and if the snitch were there he'd have gone for it, which means he's watching Harry watching Tony stopped reading. Reread that message. Sent back. You worked that out in real time, obviously. Anyway, Harry adjusted and found the snitch in the next 5 minutes, so Tony looked at the induction coil, thought about spatial reasoning in the 99th percentile. Thought about a kid who had been told his whole life he was the ordinary one. Ron, Tony sent. What you just described is called meta-game analysis. It's not a Quidditch skill. It's a strategic intelligence skill. The best military tacticians and intelligence analysts do that. I want you to know that before you say obviously again. A pause, longer than the lag then. Oh then, we won 280-80. Harry caught the snitch, but the margin was already good. Wood said it was the best defensive performance he's seen from a keeper in 5 years. He seemed confused about how to feel about that then. Tony, yeah, the meta-game thing, is that why chess feels like cheating sometimes? Because I can always see what the other person is thinking about. Tony, read this. Yes, he sent. That's exactly why. You're not cheating. You're operating at a different level of abstraction. The game is chess. You're playing the person. Another pause. Hermione says hi. Neville says the Grow kit is working, and he started something called a mycological survey of the Hogwarts grounds, which Professor Sprout apparently called unexpectedly comprehensive, which Neville thinks was a compliment. And I think it definitely was. Harry says the dampener held through the whole match, including when he was under pressure, which you'll want to know. I'm going to go eat an enormous dinner now. Tony smiled at his phone, which was not a common expression in the lab, but which felt correct. He sent. Good game. Tell Wood you'll want to review the second period chaser movement patterns before the next match. He'll complain. Show him the data anyway. Will he listen eventually? Tony sent. That's the job. Keep showing people the data until they listen. Hermione's algorithm work crossed time zones and dimensions, and the specific barrier between magical and scientific frameworks that most people would have considered insurmountable, and which Hermione considered a logistical challenge. She sent code through the remote access channel every day. Tony reviewed it every day. Jarvis flagged issues every day. Hermione fixed them, usually faster than Tony expected, occasionally faster than Tony could track. By October, she had the recursive function running. By November, she had the frequency matching refinement built and tested in simulation. By early December, she had the full adaptive algorithm functional in controlled conditions, not ready for deployment. Not near ready for that, but working, demonstrably and consistently working. The tracking mechanism doing what it was designed to do in every test they ran. On the day it passed the final simulation threshold, Hermione sent a message through the relay that arrived at 11 p.m. New York time. It works. I need you to check the stability matrix in the 0.003 oscillation range because I think there's a tolerance issue, but the core function is sound. It works, Tony. Tony was already at the workbench when the message arrived, which meant he ran the stability matrix check in real time and sent back. Tolerance issue confirmed. Fixable. 3 days. The core function is sound. Hermione, this is exceptional work. Her reply came back immediately, which meant she'd been waiting. I know, she sent. Then, after a pause, you told me to know it. I'm practicing. Tony looked at the message for a moment. Sent. Good. Keep practicing. Then, your name is going on the paper, first on the algorithm section. That's not negotiable, her reply. I know that too. Jarvis told me about the IP documentation in August. I was waiting to see if you'd mention it. Tony looked at the ceiling. Jarvis, he sent to the room. Sir, did you tell Hermione about the IP documentation? She asked directly, Jarvis said. In September. She'd noticed the project file structure. I couldn't lie to her. She asked a direct question and she deserved a direct answer. Tony considered this. Fair, he said, she said, and I'm quoting accurately good. I thought he might have done that, and I didn't want to ask him because then I'd have to feel something about it and I wasn't ready yet. Tony looked at the stability matrix on the display. Is she ready now? He said. She appears to be, Jarvis said. She sent the algorithm through tonight. I think that was also part of it. Tony looked at the message on his screen. I know that too. He looked at the corner chair. He thought about an 11-year-old who had arrived in his living room and asked about his arc reactor and stayed up until 2 a.m. talking about thermodynamics and apologized every time she knew something. He thought about who she was becoming. He sent 3 weeks. December. Come home. Her reply, December. Yes. November was long. Tony had not anticipated how long November would be. He'd anticipated the practical reality of a quieter building, the altered schedule, the absence of Ron's kitchen operations and Neville's propagation trays and Hermione's secondary notebook system and Harry in the corner chair. He'd prepared for the practical version. He had not fully prepared for the way the building had its own opinion about their absence. It wasn't emptiness exactly, it was the specific presence of everything they'd left, which was both comforting and the kind of thing that caught you sideways on a Thursday evening when you went to the kitchen for coffee, and the window boxes were there, full and carefully maintained by the automated watering system, and the chess set was mid-game from Ron and Harry's last session, and Neville's reference books were stacked exactly where he'd left them with the corners aligned, because that was how Neville left things. And the corner chair had a dent in the seat cushion. Tony worked. He rebuilt the induction coil. He refined the housing. He ran the stability matrix fix Hermione had identified and confirmed it resolved the tolerance issue. He had 3 calls with Bruce, who was tracking the project remotely and whose enthusiasm for the framework had not diminished in the slightest across 5 months of distance. He had 1 call with Dumbledore about the magical theory confirmation, which required 2 hours and 2 cups of coffee, and was one of the more genuinely interesting conversations Tony had had in recent memory. He called Molly Weasley twice. Once in October, once in November. The October call was largely an exchange of information how Ron was doing, how the kids were settling, what Tony was working on, which Molly had opinions about because Molly had opinions about most things, and they were usually correct. The November call was different, longer, and happened because Tony had been in the kitchen at 8 p.m. on a Tuesday making soup from the recipe and had realized he wanted to tell someone who would understand. The recipe works, he said when she answered. Molly was quiet for a moment. You made it. She said, 3rd attempt, Tony said. The first 2 were technically correct and something was wrong anyway. 3rd time I stopped measuring. Molly made a sound that contained a lot of things. That's it, she said. That's always it. The measuring is for learning the shape of it. Once you know the shape, you let go. Tony looked at the soup. You should have been an engineer, he said. Molly laughed a full, warm laugh, the kind that didn't hold anything back. I'm a cook and a mother, she said. That's engineering enough. They talked for an hour. At the end, Molly said, 1 month. 1 month, Tony agreed. You're counting, she said, and it wasn't a question. I'm noting the timeline, Tony said. Tony, Molly said, in the warm, specific, precisely targeted way she developed for saying his name when she meant you don't have to pretend with me. Yes, Tony said. I'm counting. Good, she said. That means they'll know they were counted. Tony looked at the soup. Yeah, he said. December 1st, Jarvis said. 3 weeks, sir. I know, Tony said. December 8th, Jarvis said. 2 weeks, sir. Jarvis, Tony said, sir, stop counting down. Of course, sir. Shall I simply note the date when I know the date, Tony said. Of course, Jarvis said. December 9th, Jarvis said. 13 days, sir, Jarvis. The countdown will now be conducted internally, Jarvis said. The second letter arrived December 10th. Told me again, same precise efficiency, same expression, same willingness to accept chicken as a reasonable professional courtesy. This letter was shorter. 1 page. The handwriting more settled than the first, less cramped, the leftward slant less pronounced. Something had relaxed in it. Tony, the algorithm passed. Hermione told me before she sent the message she came and found me in the common room at 11 p.m., which is past curfew, and said it works, and sat down on the hearthrug and looked at the fire for a while, and I sat with her, and we didn't say anything for maybe 20 minutes. I've been thinking about the project, about what it means not scientifically. I understand the science. I mean what it means that you're doing it. That you took a problem that nobody solved and looked at it with different tools and found a different answer. I've been thinking about that a lot. I've been thinking about the Dursleys. Dr. Ostroff and I have been talking about it, which is slow. It's slow and sometimes bad and sometimes better. She says that's right. She says slow is the right pace for some things. I'm telling you because you told me once that honesty is something you do whether or not it's easy, and I'm practicing that. The staircases moved again last week, and I stood on one while it was moving and looked at where it was going and thought. Both worlds. This one moves and yours doesn't, and they're both real and they're both mine. 13 days. Harry P.S. Neville's mycological survey has been formally recognized by Professor Sprout as an independent research project. She's submitted it to a botanical journal. He doesn't know yet. Hermione found out from a professor and told me. We're not telling him until you can see his face. Tony read it twice. He sat at the workbench for a while, then he wrote back. Harry, 13 days. The honesty thing, you're doing it right. Slow is correct. Dr. Ostroff knows what she's doing. I trust her, and I trust that you'll get there at the pace that's yours. The project means that some problems look different depending on which tools you're looking with. That's the thing I want you to carry forward, not just about the Horcrux, about everything. The constraint isn't the problem. The tools are just tools. You look at the shape of the thing and you find what fits. You've been doing that your whole life. The Dursley situation, you survived it by finding what fit. I'm not saying it was right that you had to. I'm saying the skill is real. The algorithm works. Hermione's name is on it first. Yours is on the phenomenological section. I added it last week. I should have told you before, but I wanted to wait until you were here. 13 days. Tony P.S. Tell Neville about the journal on December 22nd. That's when the others will be here, and I want to see it too. Tell him we planned it. He'll argue it was unnecessary, and he'll be pleased about it for months. He attached the letter. Ptolemy accepted it with professional dignity and departed. Tony sat in the lab. The window boxes were full and green. The chess set was mid-game. The corner chair had a dent in the cushion. 13 days. Jarvis, Tony said. Sir, what's the status on the December prep? The rooms have been refreshed, sir. I've restocked Hermione's notebooks and restocked the propagation supplies for Neville per his list. Ron's chess set has been reset to the position he specified. Apparently he and Harry have been maintaining the game via correspondence, move by move through the relay. Tony looked at the chess set. They've been playing by letter, he said. For 2 months, sir, Jarvis said. Ron sends a move. Harry sends a counter. The position on the board in the living room reflects the current state of the game. Tony looked at the board. He hadn't known that. He looked at it differently now, the specific accumulated position of two people playing across a dimensional divide, one move at a time, keeping something going. Don't reset it, Tony said. I won't, sir. Tony looked at the board for a while. 12 days. He went back to work. Chapter 15. December 22nd, they came through the transit point at 11 a.m. Tony was there. He'd told himself he'd send the car professional, practical, the same car service Pepper used for airport pickups, efficient and low-key. He'd told himself this until 9:45 a.m., at which point he was already in the car that wasn't a limousine driving toward Riverside Park, which answered the question of what he'd actually decided. The park was cold. December cold. The specific dry Manhattan cold that had opinions about exposed hands and inadequate coats. Tony stood at the oak tree with his hands in his jacket pockets and watched Jarvis's sensor reading tick up as the spatial resonance at the transit coordinates built toward the threshold. The threshold opened. Ron came through first, same as last time, and looked immediately at Tony and said, "You came." "Yes," Tony said. Ron dropped his trunk and closed the distance in 3 steps, and the hug was the same as the one in September, full weight. Nothing held back, except that something in it was different, more settled, the way things feel when they've had time to become certain. "You came," Ron said again, into Tony's shoulder. "I was always going to come," Tony said. Hermione came through and looked at Tony with the expression of someone who had been working toward this moment for 3 months, who had been sending pieces of herself through a dimensional relay, and now got to be in the same room as the person receiving them. She hugged him with the same deliberate completeness as September and said, against his coat, "The stability matrix fix worked. I want to show you in the algorithm before dinner." "After dinner," Tony said. "After dinner," she conceded, which Tony knew was a significant concession. Neville came through looking at the New York sky, with the expression of someone who had missed a specific quality of light. He set down the propagation case, still carrying it. He'd always carry it, and looked at Tony, and the direct quality in his gaze was more settled than September, more certain in its own right, less a performance of certainty and more the thing itself. "The lavender," Neville said. "Check for yourself," Tony said. "It's been waiting." Neville nodded. That was enough. Harry came through last. He stood at the threshold for a moment, the same as September, but reversed the standing, the looking, the adjustment to being on this side again. He looked at Tony. Tony looked at Harry. "The photograph," Tony said. "You kept it." "It's on my nightstand at Hogwarts," Harry said. "Don't make that weird." "Wasn't going to," Tony said. Harry's mouth did the thing it did when he was pleased and wasn't broadcasting it. He walked forward. The hug was different from September's, different from Ron's, less uncertain, more practiced, the motion of someone who had done this before and knew now what it was. He held on for a moment with the specific quality of someone who had been counting days and had arrived at the end of the count. 12 days, Tony said. 12 days, Harry said. They stepped back. Tony looked at the 4 of them in the December Park winter pale. Hogwarts robed under their traveling coats, trunks on the grass, the propagation case in Neville's hands, Hermione with her leather-bound notebook, already out even though they'd been through the transit 30 seconds ago. "Car's over there," Tony said. "Let's go home." The building received them the way buildings do when they know people, the elevator opening at the right floor without instruction, the lights at the right level, the temperature calibrated. Jarvis saying, "Welcome back," with a quality that was neither performative nor routine. Hermione walked directly to the bookshelf to check her organizational system. It had been maintained precisely as she'd left it, which Tony had instructed, and she ran one finger along the spines with the expression of someone confirming a fact they'd believed but needed to verify. Ron went to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, looked at it with the expression of reunion and said, "You stocked it." "Jarvis stocked it," Tony said. "I provided the list." The list had everything, Ron said, which was his version of thank you. Neville went directly to the window boxes. He stood in front of them for a long moment. The lavender, the rosemary, the herb blend. 3 months of automated care under the instructions he'd written for Mr. Ockhaffer, adapted for the Towers system by Jarvis. All of it healthy, all of it present, all of it exactly as it had been left with the specific organic growth that time produces. He touched the lavender. The left one, he said, needed the most water. Tony confirmed. Jarvis has the logs if you want to review. Neville shook his head slowly. I can see it, he said. The growth pattern is slightly different. It had a dry period in early November. The internodal spacing is, he stopped, looked at Tony. Thank you, he said, for keeping them. They are yours, Tony said. They were always going to be here. Neville looked at the window boxes for another moment. I know, he said, in the voice of someone for whom that knowledge was still somewhat new and still somewhat significant every time. Harry had gone directly to the lab. Tony found him there 10 minutes later, standing in front of the counter-resonance prototype, with the expression of someone encountering a changed version of a known thing recognition, layered over surprise, layered over the specific quality of attention Harry brought to everything he cared about. You rebuilt the housing, Harry said. September and October, Tony said, coming to stand beside him. Better shielding. The primary induction coil is new. The geometry was off in the original. It was introducing micro-variants in the output field. Harry looked at the prototype. It's further along. 3 months of work, Tony said, plus Hermione's algorithm running in simulation for the last 6 weeks. He pulled up the model on the display. The dynamic tracking mechanism works. We're at the hardware integration phase. That's the next 6 months. Harry looked at the model. At the specific progress markers Tony had logged, the iterations, the dead ends, and the recoveries, the gradual accumulation of an answer. By summer, Harry said. Possibly, Tony said. The hardware integration is the hardest part, but possibly. Harry looked at the model for a while. Tony? He said, yeah, the letter. The things I said about the Dursleys, I've been thinking about whether I said too much. Tony looked at him. You said the right amount, Tony said. There's no too much in a letter to me. Harry looked at the model. Dr. Ostroff says the same thing. About there being no too much, he paused. It's taking a while to believe. That's fine, Tony said. It's a hard thing to believe. Keep going anyway, Harry nodded. Your name is on the paper, Tony said. The phenomenological section, I added it in November. Harry looked at him. I know. Harry said, Hermione told me. She said you added it and she was watching to see if you'd mention it and you took 2 months and she was starting to think you wouldn't. Tony looked at the ceiling. Jarvis, he said. I told Hermione about the IP documentation, Jarvis said from the speakers. She told Harry. The information moved laterally, sir, not from me directly to Harry. That's a distinction without a difference, Tony said. I disagree. Jarvis said. It reflects the established communication patterns of this household. Tony looked at Harry. Harry was looking at the ceiling with the specific expression he wore when Jarvis said something that delighted him. Your name is on the paper, Tony said. That's the point. I know, Harry said. Thank you. Stop thanking me for things that are right, Tony said. You told Hermione to stop thanking you, Harry said. She told me that too. I'm detecting a pattern, Tony said. You built a household of observant people, Harry said. That seems like a foreseeable consequence. Tony looked at him. Harry looked back. The corner chair is yours, Tony said. It's been yours since September. Jarvis has logged it as yours. I know, Harry said. I could tell by the cushion. He sat in it. Tony went to the workbench. They were both in the lab, both in their corners, and the specific quality of the room settled around them the way it always had, the rhythm of shared work and shared quiet. December 22nd, Harry said from the corner chair. Yeah, Tony said. What happens today? Tony looked at the workbench, thought about the paper that Mulroney had been holding since November, thought about Pepper, who had been watching him for weeks with the expression of someone waiting for him to do the thing he was clearly going to do. We tell Neville about the journal, Tony said. That's the first thing. And after, Tony said, I have some paperwork to discuss. They told Neville about the journal at lunch. Tony had orchestrated it carefully, which Neville later said was unnecessary. And Ron had said obviously Tony orchestrated it. That's just what he does. And Hermione had said the orchestration was thoughtful and appropriate for the significance of the occasion, which was the most Hermione sentence possible. The orchestration was this: lunch at the kitchen table, all 5 of them, soup from Molly's recipe that Tony had made that morning, the specific ritual of it by now comfortable and practiced. And at the right moment after the soup, during the bread, when Neville was relaxed and warm and present, Tony said, "Neville, we need to talk about your mycological survey." Neville looked up. Professor Sprout submitted it, Tony said, to the British Journal of Botanical Science in October. Neville stared at him. "She submitted it to a journal," Tony said, "for publication. It went through peer review in November. I got the confirmation through Dumbledore last week." He paused. "It's been accepted. Your mycological survey of the Hogwarts grounds is going to be published in the spring issue." The room was very quiet. Neville looked at Tony. He looked at Hermione, who was trying to maintain the expression of someone who was also hearing this for the first time and not doing a perfect job of it. He looked at Harry, who also had the expression of someone performing surprise. He looked at Ron, who had abandoned all pretense and was grinning. "You knew," Neville said. "All of you." 2 days, Harry said. "We've known for 2 days." "Tony found out from Dumbledore a week ago," Hermione added. "He waited until now." Neville looked at Tony. "Why did you wait?" he said. "Because I wanted to see it," Tony said simply, "and I wanted everyone to be here." Neville looked at the table. He looked at his hands. He looked up. "Professor Sprout didn't tell me," he said. "She wanted it to be a surprise," Tony said. "She's proud of you. She sent a note through Dumbledore." Tony produced it handwritten, brief, Professor Sprout's round and definitive script. "Neville's work represents the most thorough original botanical research produced by a student in my 30 years at Hogwarts. I should have told him sooner that he had this in him. Neville, read it." He read it twice. He put it down on the table. "She should have told me sooner," he said. His voice was careful, not angry processing. I spent a lot of time thinking I wasn't." "I know," Tony said. She knew and she didn't say. "Yes," Tony said. "That was wrong. It doesn't change what you did. And it doesn't change what this is." Neville looked at the note. "First instinct," he said quietly. "First instinct," Tony confirmed. "Don't change it." Neville sat with this for a while. Then, slowly, something in his face changed, the processing completing, the weight of the history and the gift of the present settling into their respective places, neither cancelling the other. He looked at the note, looked at the table, looked at his hands. He smiled. It was not a small smile. It was the smile of someone who had been waiting a long time for the evidence to catch up with the instinct, and here it was, in black and white, in the spring issue of the British Journal of Botanical Science. Ron said, "That's my brilliant friend Neville," pointing at him, "who I've been telling you all since September is going to change things." "You haven't been saying that," Hermione said. "I've been thinking it very loudly," Ron said. Neville laughed properly, fully, the way he laughed when nothing was held back. Tony looked at him. He thought, "There it is." He thought, "That's the one." After lunch, Pepper arrived. She had a leather briefcase and the expression of someone who had been waiting patiently for something and was arriving at the correct moment for it without appearing to have timed it, which was a thing Pepper was exceptional at. She hugged each of the kids in the specific Pepper way, warm and real and brief enough not to make anyone uncomfortable, and said the right things about the mycological survey to Neville, which were not excessive things, just accurate things. And Neville received them with the smile that was still happening. Then she looked at Tony. "Ready," she said. "Yeah," Tony said. The kids looked at them. "What's happening?" Ron said. "Paperwork discussion," Tony said. "What kind of paperwork?" Hermione said, with the narrowed eyes of someone who had been processing information since birth and didn't like gaps. Tony looked at the 4 of them. He thought about what he'd drafted and discarded. He thought about the things that were too much and the things that were too small. He thought about Harry's letter, "I have somewhere to come back to." That's new and Ron in the kitchen, and Neville's smile, and Hermione saying, "I know that too," and all of it arrived at the same simple point. "Mulroney has been holding a document since November," Tony said. "It's a petition for permanent guardianship, which is the step before adoption proceedings can begin." He looked at each of them in turn. "I've been waiting until you were here to tell you what it is and to ask if that's what you want, because the choice is yours." The kitchen was very quiet. Ron looked at Harry. Harry looked at Ron. Hermione looked at her hands and then looked at Tony. Neville looked at the window boxes. "It doesn't change the both worlds arrangement," Tony said. "Hogwarts is still Hogwarts. Your families are still your families. Ron, your parents are your parents. This doesn't change that, it adds to it." Hermione, same. "It's not, it doesn't replace anything." He paused. "It just makes official what's already true." Ron said without hesitation, "Yes." Hermione said with equal speed, "Yes." Neville looked at Tony with the direct, certain gaze he'd been developing since October. "Yes," he said. Harry said nothing. Everyone looked at Harry. Harry was looking at the counter-resonance prototype through the lab door, at the photograph on the workbench, visible from here. At the corner chair, he looked at Tony. "You're sure?" Harry said. "Not because of the ministry situation or the legal framework, or because it makes things easier. You're sure because you're mine," Tony said. "All four of you." "That was true in September, and it was true before that, and it will be true after the paperwork, and before it and the paperwork is just the world catching up to a fact." He paused. "I'm sure." Harry held his gaze. Tony held it back. "Okay," Harry said. The same word as always, his word, the one that meant I believe the pattern. I'm choosing to trust the consistent evidence. I'm letting myself have this. "Okay," Tony said. Pepper opened the briefcase. The document signing happened at the kitchen table with Pepper and the notarized forms, and Ron insisting on reading every page of legal text before signing because he'd absorbed enough of Hermione's approach to documents to treat them seriously. And Hermione reading it twice faster than Ron read it once, and flagging 2 questions about jurisdiction, which Pepper answered correctly on the first try. And Neville signing carefully and precisely, with the quality of someone who understood that signatures were a form of declaration. And Harry signing last with the particular deliberateness of someone doing something irreversible and choosing it. Tony signed his own section. He watched Mulroney's notary stamp go on the page. He thought, done, he thought, finally, he thought, always from now. Pepper looked at him across the table with the expression she wore when something large had been accomplished, which was not triumphant, quieter than that, more like recognition. They had both known this was coming since approximately day 5. The paperwork was the world catching up. After Pepper left, the 5 of them were in the kitchen again. The afternoon light was doing the December thing, low and golden, catching the window boxes, the propagation trays, the chess set. Ron said, "So now what?" Tony looked at him. "Now," Tony said, "we have 12 days. What do you want to do with them?" Ron looked at the kitchen. "I want to cook," he said, "properly. The full Molly Weasley Christmas menu, she sent it through the relay last week. There are 12 dishes. 12, Tony said. "We might need more than 1 day," Ron conceded. Hermione said, "I want to finish the next algorithm section before the term starts." "After Christmas," Tony said. She considered. "Christmas Eve," she negotiated. "Christmas morning," Tony countered. "Fine," she said. Neville said, "I want to start planning the spring garden, the school garden, and here. I have ideas for both and I want Mr. Ockaffer's input, but I can start the framework." "The table is yours," Tony said. Harry said, "I want to keep working on the second engineering textbook, and I want to be here." Tony looked at him. "Just that," Harry said. "Both of those things?" "Both of those things," Tony said. Harry went to the corner chair. Ron went to the kitchen to inventory the situation for 12 dishes. Hermione went to the lab and sat at the secondary workstation with the algorithm, and Tony could hear her already typing. Neville got the botanical reference book from the shelf and spread the spring planning sheets across the table and started writing, neat and certain, with no hedges. Tony stood in the middle of it all. He thought about the paper with 4 signatures and one of his and the notary stamp. He thought about both worlds. He thought, "This is December 22nd," he thought. "This is what stays." "Jarvis," he said quietly. "Sir, update the resident file." "How, sir?" Tony looked at the kitchen, the lab, the living room, all of it occupied and specific and real. "Change the status field," he said. "For all four. Change it from temporary guardianship to—" He paused. "Sir," Jarvis said. "Family," Tony said. "Change it to family." Jarvis was quiet for a moment. "Done, sir," Jarvis said. Tony looked at the winter light on the window boxes. "And Jarvis," he said. "Sir, Merry Christmas. Early." A pause. "Merry Christmas, sir," Jarvis said, with the warm, particular quality of something that didn't have feelings in the biological sense and expressed them anyway, because it had been paying attention for long enough to know what the moment required. Tony went to the workbench. Outside, December Manhattan blazed. Inside, the evening was beginning. The chess game was mid-move, correspondence still ongoing. The lavender on the left was growing well. The algorithm was running. The corner chair held its occupant. Tony picked up the photograph from the workbench, looked at it, set it back down in its place, the permanent place it had moved into without ceremony over the course of 3 months, the way permanent things usually arrived. He went to work. The prototype waited. The key was being built. It was going to work. Chapter 16. The man who built things visits a castle. Tony went to Hogwarts in March. It wasn't planned. That was the first thing. It wasn't a scheduled visit, wasn't on the both worlds calendar Jarvis maintained, wasn't the result of a logistics conversation with Dumbledore. It happened because on a Tuesday in late February, Tony was running the 7th iteration of the hardware integration, and the 7th iteration had the same micro-variance issue as the 6th and the 5th. And he'd been staring at the same problem from the same angle for 11 days, and the answer wasn't there, and he understood suddenly, and with complete clarity, that he needed to be somewhere else. He needed, specifically, to be where the kids were. He told Jarvis at 9 p.m. Jarvis said, "I'll contact Professor Dumbledore, sir. Transit coordinates can be arranged by Thursday." "Tomorrow," Tony said, a pause. "I'll contact Professor Dumbledore now," Jarvis said. Dumbledore, to his considerable credit, did not express surprise. He said, "I'll have the transit point ready at 9 a.m. I'll inform the children." "Don't inform the children," Tony said. Another pause on Dumbledore's end this time. "A surprise," Dumbledore said. "Not a dramatic one," Tony said. "Just don't tell them. I want to see what their faces do when they haven't prepared an expression." Dumbledore said, with the warmth of someone who understood exactly what that meant. "Of course." The transit deposited Tony on the Hogwarts grounds at 9:14 a.m. on a Wednesday in early March. The first thing he noticed was the sky. Harry's letter had said large and old-feeling, and Tony now understood both words. The sky over Hogwarts was not the same as the sky over Manhattan. It had a quality enormous and uninterrupted, the Scottish Highlands rolling away in every direction with no verticals to cut it. Just the horizontal line of the world, and then all of that sky above it, which was doing something complex with light and cloud that suggested it had been doing it for considerably longer than any human institution. The second thing he noticed was the castle. He'd seen photographs, diagrams, Hermione's sketched architectural notes from her 3rd week at Hogwarts, when she'd been mapping the building in her notebook the way she did with spaces she was learning. None of it had fully prepared him for the physical reality of a building that had not been designed by any single architect at any single time, that had simply accreted across centuries in response to need and whim and magical convenience, that was simultaneously structurally implausible and obviously standing. Tony looked at it with the specific attention of an engineer encountering something that should not work. He stood there for almost a minute. Dumbledore materialized beside him with the quiet discretion of someone who had been waiting. "You're assessing it," Dumbledore said. "It shouldn't stand," Tony said. "And yet, the load distribution alone," Tony looked at the towers. "The North Tower is approximately 30 meters tall and appears to be attached to the main structure by what looks like a single connecting passage at the 3rd floor. That's not magic," Dumbledore said pleasantly. I know it's magic, Tony said. I want to understand the mechanism. Dumbledore looked at the castle with the expression of someone who had been looking at the same building for 60 years and still found it interesting. You would need to speak with the portraits, he said. Several of them remember the construction, though their accounts are impressionistic. Tony looked at the castle. Later, he said. First, where are they? Dumbledore led him into the castle. The inside was different from the outside in the way that all large old buildings were different from the outside, more specific, more textured, more accumulated. Tony walked through corridors that had the quality of spaces that had been walked through by many people over a very long time, and he found himself doing the thing Harry had described in the letter, looking at the architecture for the logic of it, finding it, sometimes, in unexpected places, a doorway positioned to catch the morning light, a staircase width calibrated not for a single person but for students moving in groups, a ceiling height that created acoustics specifically designed to carry a teacher's voice to the back of a long room, and finding its absence, other times, in places where magic had simply replaced the need for structural logic entirely. The moving staircases happened while he was watching. Tony stopped. He watched a staircase rotate 30 degrees on what appeared to be no mechanical axis, settle into a new position with a sound like a combination lock hitting the right number, and accommodate a stream of students who redirected their path without breaking step, with the casual unconcern of people for whom this was simply what staircases did. Tony watched this happen. He watched a portrait walk out of its frame, through the painted background, and apparently into an adjacent portrait in a different corridor. He watched a trick step that one student avoided with the practiced ease of long acquaintance. He thought about systems. About the difference between a system that had been designed and a system that had grown. The tower was designed, every floor, every sight line, every load-bearing element had been calculated before it was built. Hogwarts had grown, and growing systems had a different logic, an organic one, responsive rather than anticipatory. He found himself wanting to talk to Hermione about this. Then he turned a corner and found Hermione. She was in the corridor outside what appeared to be a large library, standing with a stack of books, and talking to a tall woman in emerald green robes, whose expression had the quality of someone who had high standards, and was, reluctantly, finding them met. Hermione was mid-sentence, and had the specific animation of someone who had been thinking about something for a long time and had finally found an audience capable of following it. She looked up. She stopped mid-sentence. Her expression did exactly what Tony had come to see, unprepared, unorganized, just the thing itself. Surprise, and then something larger than surprise, and then the specific quality of someone who has been somewhere else for 3 months and has just seen proof that home is real and present and standing in a Hogwarts corridor. Tony, she said. Hi, Tony said. She walked toward him, and the books shifted in her arms, and the tall woman in emerald caught 2 of them with a speed that suggested reflexes maintained by decades of something. And Hermione hugged Tony in the middle of a Hogwarts corridor with the same complete deliberateness as always. You didn't tell us you were coming, she said. No, Tony said. She stepped back and looked at him with the calculating attention that was never turned off. You hit a wall on the hardware integration, she said. 7th iteration, Tony said, the microvariance issue. The same one? I have thoughts, she said. I know you do, Tony said. Tonight, first show me the place. Hermione looked at him. She looked at the tall woman in emerald who was watching this exchange with the expression of someone updating a complex model. Professor McGonagall, Hermione said. This is Tony Stark. He's my guardian. McGonagall looked at Tony. Tony looked at McGonagall. McGonagall said, Mr. Stark, I've heard a great deal about you. Good things, I hope, Tony said. Mostly. McGonagall said, with a precision that suggested she was not a woman who offered unqualified endorsements. Miss Granger has been informative about your work. She's been informative about yours, too, Tony said. The Transfiguration curriculum. She says you're the best classroom teacher she's encountered. McGonagall looked at Hermione. Hermione looked at the floor. "I may have said that," Hermione said. "You did," Tony said. "Twice. The second time you were explaining why the pedagogical approach matters, and you used Professor McGonagall as the primary example." McGonagall's expression did not change, but something in her posture shifted, the way a person's posture shifts when they've received a genuine compliment from an unexpected direction and are deciding how to hold it. "Well," McGonagall said, "Mr. Stark, I trust you'll find the castle educational." "I intend to," Tony said. McGonagall looked at him for a moment longer. "Miss Granger," she said, "your guest. I believe the others will want to know he's here." "Yes, Professor," Hermione said, and took Tony's arm and steered him down the corridor with the focused efficiency of someone who had a plan. Ron was in Quidditch practice. They watched from the stands, which Tony had not expected to find himself doing, but which he found, once in them, more interesting than he'd anticipated. He'd reviewed the Quidditch rules through Jarvis in December, and he'd studied the tactical data Ron had been sending since September: the formation analysis, the keeper positioning notes, the meta-game observations. Watching it live was different. It was always different to see a thing you understood in theory operating in the physical world. Ron was excellent. Tony had known this. The data had said this. But watching Ron in the air, moving with a specific quality of physical intelligence that Tony now recognized as the spatial reasoning made physical. The body enacting what the mind could see in full three-dimensional space before it happened. Watching this was different from knowing it. 3 saves in the 10 minutes they watched. The third one was the kind of save that produced a sound from the other students in the practice, not applause exactly, a particular collective exhalation of recognition. Wood, the Gryffindor captain, looked exactly as Ron had described him. A person driven by passion for the game who was still calibrating how to use Ron, who understood he had something extraordinary and hadn't quite found the framework for it. Tony made a mental note. Ron spotted them in the stands during a drill pause. His expression unprepared, authentic. The thing itself was different from Hermione's. Where Hermione's had been complex and layered, Ron's was simply and completely open. He was 40 feet in the air on a broomstick, and he went from focused athletic concentration to pure delighted surprise in about a quarter of a second. And the combination was one of the more charming things Tony had witnessed. He didn't come down immediately practice protocol. Tony understood, but he did perform the next drill with an additional quality that Tony could only describe as showing off, which he understood and appreciated. After practice, Ron landed and crossed the pitch at a speed that was just below running, and the hug was the same as December, the same as September, the same full-weight certainty. "You came," Ron said. "You keep saying that," Tony said. "I keep being surprised," Ron said. "I'm working on it." "Don't work too hard on it," Tony said. "The surprise is fine." Ron stepped back and looked at him with the expression of someone who wanted to say something and was choosing how. "Wood won't listen about the formation analysis," he said. "He keeps saying instinct matters more than tactics." "He's not wrong about instinct," Tony said. "He's not wrong about instinct," Ron agreed. "He's wrong that instinct and tactics are different things." "My instinct is tactical," Tony looked at him. "Tell him that," Tony said. "Exactly that sentence, my instinct is tactical. If he doesn't understand what you mean, I'll explain it to him." "You'd explain tactical theory to my Quidditch captain," Ron said. "I'll explain it to anyone who needs it explained," Tony said. Ron looked at him for a moment. "Right," he said, with the tone of someone locating a resource they'd forgotten they had. "Okay, yes." Neville was in the greenhouse. Tony walked there with Hermione, through the castle's grounds, across the March cold grass with the specific quality of early spring in Scotland, which had less to do with warmth than with the particular stubborn insistence of living things on beginning again. He saw it before they got there, the greenhouse, and through the glass panels, Neville. Moving with the efficiency of someone entirely at home, the particular fluency of a person operating in their native language. Professor Sprout was at the far end, working on something. and Neville was at a central bench with 3 trays and a set of tools and the focused deliberateness that Tony had been watching develop since October. They went in. The greenhouse smell was Tony filed it immediately as significant, the specific living warmth of soil and green growing things, and the complexity of many plants doing their particular biological work. He had the sudden understanding of why Neville carried a propagation case everywhere. It wasn't eccentricity. It was someone bringing a piece of their native language with them. Neville looked up. His expression was the same quality as Hermione's complex, unprepared, layered. But in Neville's case, there was an additional element Tony recognized, the expression of someone who has been growing into something and is surprised each time to find a witness to the growth. "You came to Hogwarts," Neville said. "I came to see where you spend your time," Tony said. Neville looked at the greenhouse, at the bench, the trays, the tools, at Professor Sprout, who had looked up at Tony's entrance and whose expression contained a quality of assessment that reminded Tony of McGonagall's standards being evaluated against reality. "This is good, isn't it?" Neville said about the greenhouse, about all of it. "Yes," Tony said, "this is very good." Neville looked at Professor Sprout. Professor Sprout said to Tony, "Mr. Stark, I owe this student an apology I've been trying to find the right words for." Tony looked at her. "I knew what he could do," she said. "Earlier than I said anything. I told myself I was waiting for the right moment, but the right moment was 3 years ago." She looked at Neville with the directness of someone who had been specific with themselves about their own failure and intended to be specific with the person it had affected. "I'm sorry, Neville, I should have told you." Neville looked at his hands. He looked at Tony. Tony said nothing, because this was Neville's to do with what he chose. Neville said, "Thank you for the journal." It wasn't forgiveness, or not yet, or not completely. But it was something, the first step of a door that had been closed a long time beginning to move. Tony recognized it because he'd taken a similar step in a different direction once, and it had looked and felt about like this. Professor Sprout nodded. She went back to her work. Neville showed Tony the mycological survey materials, the samples, the documentation, the careful taxonomic work that had become a published piece of scientific literature. He explained it with the authority of someone who had stopped waiting for permission to be the expert he was. Tony listened, asked questions that were genuine questions, received the answers with the seriousness they deserved. "The Hogwarts grounds," Tony said at one point, "the magical field, you're tracking it in the survey?" "At the mycelial network level," Neville said. "The network seems to respond differently in areas of high magical activity. The signaling patterns change. Bruce's theory about the electrical component was right, but I think there's a third element, a magical resonance that the fungal threads are also conducting." Tony looked at him. "Write that up," Tony said. "Separately from the survey, that's a new paper." Neville stared at him. "I'm 11, Neville said. "You were 11 when you wrote the first one too," Tony said. "The age is irrelevant. The observation is sound. Write it up." Neville looked at the samples. "Okay," he said, in the voice of someone accepting a challenge that is also a gift. Tony found Harry between classes. He was in a corridor on the 3rd floor. Tony had been given a layout by Jarvis based on the castle's schedule, sitting on a windowsill, reading the engineering textbook. The first one, the annotated one. The copy he'd left behind deliberately. He looked up when Tony came around the corner. His expression was Tony thought about it afterward and decided the word was settled. Not the complex layering of the others, not the open surprise of Ron, not the processed emotion of Neville. Just settled. Like someone who was where they were supposed to be, and this was further confirmation. "The windowsill," Tony said. "There's a good view of the grounds," Harry said. "And it's between ancient runes and charms, which are both in this corridor, so I don't have to move far." He looked at the book. "I'm on the section about load distribution. I've been thinking about what you said about Hogwarts being a grown system rather than a designed one. I think the load distribution might follow a biological model rather than an engineering one, like a skeleton rather than a beam." Tony looked at him, looked at the castle around them. "Come outside after charms," Tony said. "I want to walk the perimeter." With both of us looking at it, Harry said. With both of us looking at it, Tony confirmed. Harry's mouth did the thing. Okay, he said. They walked the perimeter after charms. Tony and Harry, the March afternoon. The castle describing itself in stone and towers, and the specific logic of a system that had been growing for 1,000 years. Harry talked as they walked, not the careful, considered talk of someone who had prepared what to say, but the running observations of someone who had been storing up noticing for 3 months and had finally found the right audience. The staircase on the east side that moved most often and seemed to correlate with student population density. The window configuration on the 3rd floor that created specific acoustic effects in the corridor. The tower Dumbledore used that had a different quality of light than any other part of the castle. Tony listened and added and asked, and the conversation built the way good conversations build, not linear, not toward any particular conclusion, just a collaborative architecture of observation. The North Tower load issue, Tony said at one point. I've been thinking about that since I got your first letter, Harry said. Tony looked at him. Your letter described the castle, Harry said. You said the North Tower shouldn't stand. I've been looking at the base. The foundation extends differently than the other towers. It goes deeper and wider, distributed like a root system rather than a foundation. Tony looked at the North Tower. He thought about Neville's mycelial networks. He thought about biological load distribution. He thought about a system that had been growing for 1,000 years and had worked out, in the way growing systems do, the solutions that static systems calculated in advance. Jarvis, he said quietly to the communicator in his ear. Note, Hogwarts structural analysis. Biological load distribution model. Review against standard engineering framework. Noted, sir, Jarvis said. Also, Professor Lupin's classroom is available after dinner if you'd like a meeting. He's expressed interest. Tell him yes, Tony said. Harry looked at him sideways. You want to meet Lupin, Harry said. Anyone who teaches with actual information, Tony said. You said so yourself. Harry walked beside him for a moment. He knows about the Horcrux, Harry said. Dumbledore told him. He checks in not in an intrusive way, just checks in. Good, Tony said. He had a hard year, Harry said. You'll be able to tell. He looks tired in a specific way. A pause. Dr. Ostroff says I'm good at reading tired in a specific way because I learned it for survival. I'm trying to use it less for that and more just to understand people. Tony walked beside him. That's a good use of it, Tony said. Harry was quiet for a while. Tony, he said. Yeah. The 7th iteration, the microvariance issue. I've been thinking about it since Hermione messaged me about it last week. He paused. You told me last summer that the EM dampener works by absorbing the variance rather than eliminating it, and the prototype is trying to eliminate the variance in the binding frequency. But what if you absorbed it instead? Tony stopped walking. He looked at Harry. Harry looked at the North Tower. The dynamic tracking mechanism already adjusts for the oscillation, Harry said. But the microvariance is on a faster cycle than the oscillation, its sub-oscillation variance. You're trying to match it in real time, and you can't match something that moves that fast. But if the induction coil was designed to absorb the variance rather than track it? Tony looked at the coil geometry in his head. He looked at the dampener design. He looked at the relationship between the two. Jarvis, he said. Already modeling it, sir. Jarvis said with a tone of deep professional satisfaction. Tony looked at Harry. How long have you been thinking about this? Tony said. Since the 5th iteration, Harry said. When Hermione told me the 5th had the same issue as the 4th. I thought it was probably the approach rather than the execution. Tony looked at the North Tower. You solved the hardware integration problem, Tony said. I suggested an approach, Harry said carefully. You'll solve it. We'll solve it, Tony said. Harry's mouth did the thing. They walked back toward the castle. Professor Lupin was a thin man in patched robes who looked like someone who had been through considerable weather and had come out the other side with something that wasn't quite peace, but was the next thing adjacent to it. He had tired eyes that were nevertheless warm, and the quality of presence Tony associated with people who had stopped performing anything and were just there. He made tea. They sat in his classroom after dinner, with the smell of the defense against the dark arts classroom, something that had seen a lot of interesting things, and talked for 2 hours. Lupin asked questions about the Horcrux project with the genuine interest of someone who understood enough to ask good questions and the honesty to say when he didn't understand. Tony answered them. They got into the physical mechanism, the binding frequency, the absorption approach Harry had suggested that afternoon, the counter-resonance framework. Lupin listened with the focused attention of someone storing everything. At some point Lupin said, "Harry describes the approach in his letters." Tony looked at him. "To you," Tony said. "He writes," Lupin said. "He mentioned it once. I think he thought of it in the context of explaining the dampener, how it worked. He didn't realize he was describing a potential solution." A pause. "He was explaining it to me because I asked about the device. I could tell he was excited about the engineering, but wasn't sure he was allowed to be." Tony looked at the table. "He's learning to be," Tony said. "Yes," Lupin said. "I can see that. Between September and now it's visible, the change in him." He looked at Tony with the direct quality of someone who was going to say a true thing and had decided to say it plainly. "Whatever you're doing, it's working." Tony said nothing. "He trusts you," Lupin said, "in a way that is not small, given what trust costs him." A pause. "I want you to know I see it and I think it matters." Tony looked at his tea. "He solved a problem today," Tony said. "A hardware problem I've been stuck on for 11 days. He's been thinking about it for 2 months. Lupin smiled the tired, warm smile of someone who was not at all surprised. "Of course he has," Lupin said. They talked for another hour. At the end, Lupin said, "Come back. Any time. The castle is better for knowing you're aware of it." Tony looked at the classroom, the signs of a teacher who used the space as a thinking environment, who had the specific relationship with a room that people developed when they worked in it over time. "I'll be back," Tony said. "Probably June." "We'll be here," Lupin said. Tony went to the astronomy tower at midnight. He didn't plan it. He'd been awake in the guest quarters. Dumbledore had arranged a room that was perfectly comfortable and smelled of old stone, and something that might have been magic, or might have been the particular smell of a space that had been many things over many years, and at midnight he found himself at the window, looking at the sky. He went to the tower. The stairs took him there, or something like them, because he wasn't entirely certain the route he'd taken was the route he'd intended, which was either disorientation in an unfamiliar building or the castle doing what the castle did. And he came out onto the platform at the top of the astronomy tower at 12:14 a.m. Harry had described this sky. Large and old-feeling. Tony stood in it. It was exactly both of those things, and also things he hadn't had words for until standing in them. The Milky Way visible in a way it never was from Manhattan, the specific quantity of stars that existed when you removed all the competing light, the quality of cold that came with altitude and clear sky and the absence of anything between you and it. He stood there for a long time. He thought about the 7th iteration and the absorption approach. He thought about Hermione's algorithm and Neville's mycological survey, and Ron in the air over the Quidditch pitch, and Harry on the windowsill with the engineering textbook. He thought about the document with 4 signatures and the notary stamp. He thought about Molly Weasley's soup recipe in the kitchen drawer. He thought about the photograph on the workbench. He thought about a building that was full of people, and a castle that was also full of people, and the space between them that was navigable and maintained by the specific will of people who had decided it should be. He thought, "This is both worlds." He thought, "This is actually both worlds standing here." He thought, "The sky from here is different, and it's true that it's different, and it's also true that Manhattan is 40 feet from the corner chair, and the window boxes are there, and both of those things are real simultaneously." He stood there for a long time. He didn't tell anyone about this for 2 months. Not because it was secret, it wasn't, or not exactly. More because it was his, specifically his, the particular private fullness of a moment that had happened to him, and not to anyone else, and that he needed to have entirely to himself for a while before it became part of the shared story. He stood in the astronomy tower in the dark and looked at the Scottish sky and felt, with quiet and uncomplicated completeness, that he was exactly where he was supposed to be, not here specifically. Here, there, the lab, the transit point, the kitchen with the soup recipe, the park with the oak tree, the building with the window boxes, all of it. He was supposed to be in all of it. He went back to the guest quarters at 1:30 a.m. He slept well. In the morning, he had breakfast with all four of them in the Great Hall, which was an architectural experience he had opinions about. And Hermione explained the floating candles, and Tony explained why that worked and shouldn't. And Ron ate an amount of food that Tony noted without comment. And Neville identified 3 plant species in the Great Hall's decorative arrangements that he said had been growing there for at least 200 years, and could probably tell you things if you knew how to ask. Harry sat across from Tony and drank his pumpkin juice and read 3 pages of the engineering textbook between bites and didn't perform any expression at all because he'd gotten comfortable enough not to. Tony looked at all of it. He left after breakfast. At the transit point, Dumbledore said, "Well, Tony looked at the castle." "The hardware integration problem is solved," he said. "The structural analysis is interesting. Professor Lupin is everything Harry said. The astronomy tower needs a better railing." He paused. "I'll be back in June." Dumbledore looked at him with the twinkly eyes. "Yes," Dumbledore said. "I thought you would be." Tony went home. The tower was waiting the window boxes, the chess set, the corner chair, the prototype. He went to the workbench. He pulled up the induction coil design. He started the 8th iteration. It was going to work. He knew it the way he knew things that were true completely, foundationally, without needing the evidence to be finished yet. The evidence was coming. He worked. Chapter 17. The 8th iteration summer arrived the way important things sometimes did not dramatically, not with announcement, but as a fact that was suddenly simply true. One day it was late June and the kids were home and the tower had its specific fullness back, and the window boxes were being assessed by Neville with the focused intensity of someone reviewing a long report. And that was it. That was summer. They came through the transit on June 23rd. Tony was at the oak tree. He was always at the oak tree. The first week back had a different quality from December. December had been the warmth of return, the specific relief of reunion, the Christmas-shaped container that gave the time its structure. Summer had no container. Summer was open at both ends 6 weeks, stretching ahead with no particular shape, except the ones they made, and Tony watched all 4 of them adjust to that openness in their different ways. Hermione dove into the algorithm immediately the day after she arrived, which Tony had expected. She was at the secondary workstation by 8 a.m. with the development environment open, and 3 months of Hogwarts side observations ready to integrate. And the specific quality of motion she had when she'd been thinking about something for a long time and was finally in a position to do something about it. Ron spent the first 3 days cooking. Not exclusively, he went to see Marcus on day 2, and Coach Delgado on day 3, and came back from both looking like someone who had confirmed that things were still where they'd left them. But in the mornings, before anything else, he was in the kitchen, making things that required time and attention and the specific generosity of someone who expressed care through feeding people. Tony ate properly for the first time since March. He didn't comment on this. Ron didn't comment on it either, which was its own form of comment. Neville spent the first week in the garden, the school garden mostly, which Mr. Ackhafer had maintained carefully, and which Neville walked through on the first morning with the expression of someone reading a document that had been written in their absence. He made notes. He had conversations with Mr. Ackhafer that Tony wasn't privy to, but which, judging by the quality of Neville's expression afterward, contained the specific warmth of 2 people who had been corresponding across a distance and were now back in the same room. The window box lavender on the left had grown considerably. Neville stood in front of it for 4 minutes on the first morning. Tony didn't interrupt. Harry spent the first week doing everything and nothing: the corner chair, the lab, the balcony at odd hours, The kitchen when Ron was cooking, the living room with the chess set, the school garden when Neville went. He moved through the building the way he moved through spaces he trusted, without the room assessing wariness, without the door checking, just present. Just there. He came to stand beside Tony at the workbench on the second evening. "Show me where you are," Harry said. Tony pulled up the 8th iteration. The 8th iteration was different from the 7 before it in one fundamental way. The induction coil had been redesigned around the absorption principle Harry had identified on the astronomy tower walk in March. Tony had spent April and May on it. The principle was straightforward in concept and complex in execution. Instead of trying to match the sub-oscillation micro-variance in real time, which was like trying to photograph a hummingbird's wing with a camera calibrated for landscapes. The new coil absorbed the variance into a buffer field and released it in controlled pulses that could be precisely timed against the binding frequency. The variance was still there. The variance was still variable. But it was no longer the problem, because they were no longer trying to match it, only to contain it. The containment buffer had taken 6 weeks to engineer correctly. The pulse timing mechanism had taken 4 more. Tony had run 17 simulations in June before the kids came home. 15 had passed. 2 had failed at the boundary conditions. He'd adjusted the boundary parameters. He'd run 3 more simulations. All 3 passed. He hadn't told the kids yet, because he'd been waiting for them to be here. Harry stood at the workbench and looked at the design and the simulation results in the careful way he looked at everything, not fast, not flashy, just thorough, like someone building a structure in their head piece by piece. "The boundary condition adjustments," Harry said after a while. "They changed the pulse timing. By 4 milliseconds, Tony said, within tolerance. The absorption buffer," Harry said. "When it releases, the pulse goes out and the counter-resonance engages, but the fragment," he paused. "The fragment in the scar is biological. It's embedded in tissue. When the binding releases, the fragment doesn't just disappear. It has to go somewhere." Tony looked at him. "Walk me through what you're thinking," Tony said. Harry looked at the model. "The fragment is degraded," Harry said. "You said that in October it's not coherent enough to act, barely coherent enough to persist. So when the binding releases, the containment structure collapses." He paused. "Where does a collapsed soul fragment go?" Tony had been asking himself this question since February. "The magical theory." Tony said, "As Hermione and Dumbledore have developed it, a soul fragment without a binding or a physical container disintegrates. The coherence fails and the structure disperses." "Disperses into what?" Harry said. "Into the general magical field," Tony said. It's like asking where a wave goes when it breaks. The energy redistributes." Harry looked at the model. "And if it doesn't disperse," Harry said, "if the fragment is more coherent than we think, if the degradation isn't as advanced as the scan showed?" Tony looked at him. This was the question. This was the question that Tony had been building an answer to for 9 months, and that still had a zone of uncertainty in it that he could not eliminate with current instrumentation. "That's why we test," Tony said. "Not on you, before you. We run the counter-resonance on a controlled magical substrate. Dumbledore has prepared something, a constructed fragment that approximates the binding geometry, and we test the dispersal." Harry looked at the model. "When?" he said. "The test apparatus is ready," Tony said. "Dumbledore arrives Thursday. Bruce is coming Friday." He paused. "We were waiting for you to be home." Harry looked at him. "Because," Harry said. "Because you should be present," Tony said. "For all of it. It's your project. Your name is on the paper. You should be in the room when it runs." Harry looked at the prototype for a long time. "Okay," he said. He went to the corner chair. He opened the engineering textbook, the 2nd volume now. He'd finished the 1st in March, and he read, and Tony worked, and the lab held them both, and the summer began. Bruce arrived on Friday morning with a duffel bag and the specific quality of barely contained excitement that Tony had only seen in Bruce when the science was genuinely good. He shook Tony's hand. He looked at the prototype. He sat down at the secondary workstation. He said, to the room at large, The absorption approach. Walk me through the implementation. Tony walked him through it, 40 minutes. Hermione joined for the last 20 and added 3 clarifications that prompted Bruce to reread a section and revise an assumption, which he did without ego, with the clean intellectual honesty of someone for whom being wrong was just a step toward being less wrong. Neville brought tea at some point. Bruce accepted it and thanked him and then said, apparently to Neville's botanical reference books on the corner shelf, "The mycological survey paper, I read it in May." Neville looked at him. "It's good work," Bruce said. "The taxonomic framework is rigorous. But I want to ask about the third section, the signaling patterns in high magical activity zones. Your quantification methodology." Neville sat down at the kitchen table. They talked about mycology for 45 minutes. Tony and Hermione continued the prototype walkthrough. Harry came in at some point and sat in the corner chair and read and occasionally listened and occasionally asked questions that were occasionally brilliant and always useful. Ron appeared at noon with lunch, looked at the collection of people in his lab and said, "I'll make more." He made more. They ate together, Tony, Bruce, Hermione, Harry, Ron, Neville around the kitchen table in the July heat, with the window boxes full and green and Neville's propagation trays on the counter and the prototype visible through the lab door. Humming gently in the standby state, it had been in for 2 weeks, Bruce said. "Thursday," Tony said. "Thursday." Harry said nothing. He looked at his plate and then at the lab door and then at Tony, and Tony met his gaze and something passed between them that didn't need words. Dumbledore arrived Thursday morning. He came through the entryway, knocked first, was admitted by Jarvis, and walked into the lab carrying a wooden case about the size of a shoebox that had the specific quality of something both ordinary and not. He set it on the secondary workbench. "The test substrate," he said. "A constructed binding the closest approximation I could produce to the embedding geometry in Harry's scar. It doesn't contain an actual soul fragment, the ethics of that are prohibitive, but the binding structure should behave identically to the real thing under counter-resonance exposure." Tony looked at the case. "The dispersal response," Tony said, "should be visible," Dumbledore said. "If the fragment structure collapses correctly, the magical resonance in the substrate will simply quiet. If it doesn't," he paused. "If it doesn't, we'll know we need to adjust." Bruce was already at the instrumentation panel, calibrating the readouts. Hermione was at the algorithm console, the tracking mechanism live, monitoring the oscillation patterns. Harry was at the workbench. Tony stood at the prototype. Ron and Neville were in the doorway. Tony had told them they didn't need to be here, that it was fine if they wanted to do other things. They had both looked at him with the specific expression of people who considered this a family matter and had no intention of being anywhere else. Tony had not argued. "Ready," Hermione said. "Ready," Bruce confirmed. Dumbledore placed the wooden case in the test zone and opened it, and the substrate inside a small crystalline object about the size of a marble, with an inner geometry that Tony's instrumentation had been reading since Dumbledore had brought it in, began registering on the sensors at the expected frequency. Tony looked at the prototype. He looked at Harry. Harry looked at him. "Run it," Harry said. Tony ran it. The counter-resonance generator activated at 10:17 a.m. on a Thursday in July. The sound it made was not dramatic, a low, sustained hum that deepened as the induction coil reached operating frequency, and then the pulse timing mechanism engaging. 4 millisecond intervals. The buffer filling and releasing with a precision that had taken 8 iterations and 9 months to achieve. Tony watched the frequency display. The tracking mechanism followed the oscillation in real time. Hermione's algorithm, clean and adaptive, adjusting within the oscillation window exactly as designed. The binding frequency on the substrate aligned with the counter-resonance. Tony watched the readout. The binding frequency began to shift, not randomly, not collapsing, not destabilizing in an uncontrolled way. Shifting the way a lock shifts when the right combination is entered, each tumbler finding its position in sequence. "It's working," Hermione said. Her voice was completely steady and completely full at the same time. The substrate's magical resonance reading changed. The binding signature, the folded, layered geometry that Tony had been looking at in various forms for 9 months, the problem that had been in Harry's head since he was 1 year old, began to come apart, not violently, carefully, the way a well-engineered mechanism opens. The dispersal was Tony watched the readings and understood, with a clarity that was both scientific and something larger than scientific, that the fragment structure was collapsing correctly, the coherence failing, the energy redistributing into the surrounding field exactly as the magical theory predicted. The substrate's resonance reading went quiet. Not zero, the substrate itself had its own residual magical signature. But the binding signature, the specific folded geometry of an embedded fragment, was gone. The prototype's hum diminished as Tony brought it down from operating frequency. The lab was very quiet, Bruce said, in the voice of someone reading an instrument and not quite believing the reading. The binding signature is absent, complete dispersal. Hermione said nothing. She was looking at the tracking mechanism display with the expression of someone watching something they built work exactly the way they designed it to work. Dumbledore looked at the substrate. He said, very quietly, "Remarkable." Tony looked at the readout. He looked at Harry. Harry was standing at the workbench where Tony had left him. His expression was not what Tony had expected. Not relief, not joy, not even the particular settled quality he sometimes had. It was something more open than that, something that didn't have a name yet, the expression of someone encountering the reality of something they'd known in theory for a long time. It worked. The key worked. "Harry," Tony said. Harry looked at him. "It works," Tony said. "This is the proof of concept. The full procedure, the real one, on the actual binding will take additional preparation. Testing on the substrate in different configurations, calibration for your specific binding geometry, the safety parameters." He paused. "Months more. We don't rush the last part." "I know," Harry said, "but it works," Tony said. Harry looked at the prototype. He looked at the substrate in its case. He looked at Tony. "You said you'd fix it," Harry said, "before we even knew what it was. You said you looked at the scan, and you said I've removed things from myself that had no business being there." "I remember," Tony said. "You were right," Harry said. Tony held his gaze. "Yeah," Tony said, "we were." Harry looked at the prototype for a long time. Then he crossed the lab, and he stood in front of it, the machine that had been 9 months and 8 iterations, and Hermione's algorithm and Bruce's mathematics, and Harry's absorption principle and Dumbledore's theory, and 1,000 hours at a workbench. And he looked at it with the expression of someone fully present at the moment they've been moving toward. He put his hand on the housing, not the active components. The outer frame, the same place he'd touched in September, checking whether it was real. "Still real," he said quietly to himself or to the machine or to no one. "Still real." Tony said. Harry nodded. He turned around. He looked at all of them, Bruce at the instrument panel, Hermione at the algorithm console, Dumbledore by the substrate, Ron and Neville in the doorway, Tony at the center of it. "Thank you," Harry said. "Stop thanking," Hermione began. "Let me," Harry said, and something in his voice stopped her. "Let me say thank you for all of it, the frequency and the algorithm and the theory and the—" He stopped. "For doing it. For starting it, for saying we'd fix it before we even knew how." He looked at Tony when he said this last part. Tony looked at him. He didn't say, "Stop thanking me." He didn't say, "It's right, it's what it should be." He stood in the moment and let it be what it was, which was large and real and something he was going to have entirely before it became past. "Come here," Tony said. Harry came. Tony put his arm around his shoulders and held on, and the lab held them both, and the summer held the lab, and the city held the summer, and all of it was real. All of it was both worlds. All of it was the key that had been built for the right lock. Ron, in the doorway, said, "Does this mean we can celebrate?" "Yes," Hermione said, wiping her eyes with the professional efficiency of someone who was not going to be emotional in the lab and was going to be very efficient about it. "I'll cook," Ron said. "Of course you will," Neville said. Ron cooked for 4 hours. It was the biggest meal he'd made in the tower, the Molly Weasley Christmas menu, the one with 12 dishes, which he'd been promising to make since December, and was making now because today was the day that warranted it. Bruce stayed for dinner. Dumbledore stayed for dinner. Pepper arrived at 6 because Jarvis had told her what had happened, and she had arrived the way she arrived for the things that mattered, quietly and completely. They ate at the kitchen table and the dining table pushed together, which Tony had done with the automated furniture system while Ron was cooking, and which Ron had not objected to because the 12-dish menu genuinely required the combined surface area. It was loud. It was loud in the specific way of people who were all in the same place and all wanted to be there and were not performing it. Bruce and Neville had apparently continued the mycology conversation through the afternoon and were still going. Hermione and Dumbledore were discussing the theory implications of the successful test, what it told them about the Horcrux mechanism that they hadn't known for certain before. Pepper was talking to Tony about the paper, which was now demonstrably a complete piece of work, and whether they wanted to publish in a scientific journal and how they would handle the magic question, which Tony had been thinking about since October. Harry was at the table, eating Ron's food, talking to Bruce about the absorption principle in terms that Bruce was following and occasionally redirecting, and occasionally just listening to, with the expression of someone encountering an 11-year-old who had been working on a scientific problem for 9 months and was ready to explain it. Accurately, Ron was moving between the kitchen and the table with the efficiency of someone who had been doing this his whole life and was doing it here with the same instinct, the same generosity, the same implicit love made practical. Tony watched all of this from his end of the table. He thought about the astronomy tower, he thought about both worlds, he thought about the proof of concept, the clean dispersal, the binding signature going quiet. He thought, we're going to do this. We're going to actually do this. He thought, they're going to be okay, all of them, all of it. He thought, this is the summer. He looked at the photograph on the workbench, visible through the lab door. He looked at the table. He looked at Harry across the table, Harry who had solved the hardware integration problem on a walk in March, who had put his hand on the housing and said still real, who had let himself say thank you and be seen doing it. Harry looked up, met Tony's eyes. Tony raised his coffee mug slightly. Harry raised his pumpkin juice slightly. That was it. That was the whole thing. Just two people across a table confirming a fact that didn't need any additional words. Ron said, "There's still 3 dishes," and went back to the kitchen. Neville refilled Bruce's tea. Hermione found a flaw in the theory model and said so immediately, and Dumbledore agreed and revised his position on the spot. Pepper told Tony he needed to eat the soup before it got cold, which he did. The city blazed outside. The lab held the prototype and the photograph and the corner chair and the evidence of a year. Inside the tower, the people who lived there and the people who mattered to them were eating a 12-dish meal on 2 tables pushed together in July. And it was loud, and it was real, and it was staying. Chapter 18. Something notices the change happened 3 weeks after the test. Harry noticed it first, which Tony later thought was exactly right Harry would notice, because Harry had been living with the thing for 11 years, and knew its specific weight the way you know the weight of something you've carried so long you've stopped feeling it until the day it shifts. He came into the lab at 7 a.m. on a Tuesday, which was earlier than Harry usually came to the lab, and stood in the doorway with the expression Tony had catalogued as processing something large and said, "The scar." Tony set down his coffee. "What about it?" Tony said. "It's different," Harry said. "Since the test, it's been quieter." For a while after the test it was the same, but in the last week he paused, finding words for something that lived below the word level. "It's less, like something that was always making a low sound has turned down." Tony looked at him. "Jarvis," he said. "Already running the scan, sir," Jarvis said. "Mr. Potter, if you could remain still." Harry stood still. The scan took 4 minutes. Tony watched the readout and said nothing while it ran, because the scan required silence to read correctly, and because he needed to see the full data before he responded to any of it. The scan completed. Tony looked at the results. The binding signature was unchanged. The procedure hadn't happened yet. The binding was still there, structurally identical to every scan before it. But the activity level of the embedded fragment, the faint biological signature, the degraded coherence structure had shifted. It was lower. Measurably, definitely, reproducibly lower. The counter-resonance test, Tony said. 3 weeks ago, we ran it on the substrate. Yes, Harry said. The substrate was an approximation of your binding geometry, Tony said. Same frequency range, same structural profile. He looked at the readout. Jarvis, what's the dimensional relationship between the test substrate and Harry's binding signature? The substrate was calibrated to within 0.003 of Mr. Potter's actual binding frequency, Jarvis said. The counter-resonance generated during the test would have produced a sympathetic effect in any structure resonating at a sufficiently close frequency. Tony looked at the ceiling. We tested it in the same room as Harry, he said. Yes, sir. And the sympathetic resonance? Partially disturbed the actual binding, Jarvis said. Not significantly, not enough to affect the fragment's structural coherence in any dangerous way, but enough to reduce its activity level. Tony looked at Harry. Harry looked back. The test worked on me too, Harry said. A little bit. A very little bit, Tony said. The substrate wasn't you. The geometry was close but not identical. The distance reduced the effect. The shielding absorbed most of it. What reached you was residual. He paused. But it reached you. Harry was quiet. Is that bad? Harry said. The fragment activity being lower is not bad, Tony said. The question is, he stopped. The question is whether Voldemort felt it, Harry said. Tony looked at him. How does that work? Tony said. The connection. Harry sat in the corner chair. He'd been told the theory Dumbledore had explained the Horcrux connection in December, the way a fragment of one soul embedded in a host created a latent channel between them. Tony had read everything Hermione had documented about it, but theory was different from the phenomenological data. The inside view. It's not like a voice, Harry said. It's more like a weather thing, a pressure. When he's calm, it's like a distant storm that you know is there. When he's angry, it's closer. He paused. For the last 11 years, it's been background, just part of the landscape. He looked at the lab. Since coming here, it's been further away. I thought it was because I was in a different dimension, less ambient magical field, more interference. A pause. But maybe it was also because of the dampener, the EM interaction. Tony looked at the dampener on Harry's wrist. Jarvis, he said. Already running it, sir, Jarvis said. The dampener's absorption buffer operates at a frequency range that partially overlaps with the binding signature's activity band. It's been producing a mild suppression effect since Harry first wore it. Tony stared at the dampener. I built a Horcrux suppressor by accident, Tony said. Partially, Jarvis said. The suppression is modest, but consistent. Tony sat down on the workbench stool. He thought about this from every angle. The test 3 weeks ago, he said. The partial sympathetic disturbance. The dampener's ongoing suppression. The fragment activity is lower now than it's ever been. He looked at Harry. Which means the connection is weaker than it's ever been. Which means, Harry said carefully, he might notice. Has anything felt different? Tony said. On the weather and pressure end. Harry was quiet for a moment. Yes, he said. 2 nights ago, I thought it was a dream. It had that texture, but the pressure was different. Not closer, more like, he paused. More like something that usually ignores you has turned to look. Tony looked at the readout. He looked at the lab. He looked at the corner chair where Harry was sitting. He thought about everything that had been built in this room over the past year, and everything that was still being built, and what it would mean for any of it if the thing on the other end of Harry's scar understood what was happening. Jarvis, he said, get me Dumbledore and Bruce, and... He paused, and Fury. Harry looked at him. Fury, Harry said. There's a version of the next few weeks that requires more than what we have here, Tony said. I'd rather have the resource available and not need it than need it and not have it. Harry looked at him steadily. You think he's going to do something, Harry said. Tony looked at the readout, at the fragment activity lower than it had ever been, at the evidence of a connection being starved of what fed it. "I think," Tony said, "that if someone was slowly taking something from you that you considered yours and you noticed you do something about it." Harry was quiet. "Yeah," he said, "I would." "So," Tony said, "we prepare." The preparation meeting happened that evening. Fury arrived with Hill, which Tony had anticipated. Dumbledore arrived with the specific quality of someone who had been thinking along parallel lines for several days and had reached similar conclusions. Bruce was on a secure video call, the holographic display rendering him in the lab with the slight delay of a cross-country connection. The kids were present. Tony had not told them to be elsewhere. He'd considered it, and then not done it, because the thing they were preparing for was not separate from Harry, and the decision about information had been made 11 months ago in the first conversation with Dumbledore. They were all in this. They were all in the room. Fury looked at 4 children sitting at Tony's kitchen table with the expression of someone who had recalibrated his threat assessment model several times in the past year and was doing it again. He sat down. "Walk me through it," he said. Tony walked him through it. The test, the sympathetic disturbance, the fragment activity reduction, the connection change Harry had described. Jarvis displayed the scan data, the frequency analysis, the before and after. Fury listened with the complete attention of someone who had survived his career by listening first and concluding second. When Tony finished, Fury said, "So the target is aware that something is affecting the link?" "Potentially," Tony said. "We don't know for certain, but you're operating on the assumption." "Yes." Fury looked at the scan data. "What does he do about it?" Fury said. "In practical terms, from your dimension to ours." Dumbledore said, "Voldemort is not currently capable of dimensional transit. The knowledge exists in our world, but the specific capability, the controlled, targeted kind, requires either a natural rift or a constructed portal, both of which require significant resources and preparation." He paused. However, Fury said, "he has followers," Dumbledore said. "Death Eaters. And not all of the knowledge required for dimensional transit is beyond their collective capability, given sufficient motivation and time." He looked at Tony. "The fact that Harry disappeared from our dimension a year ago, the fact that the connection has been weakening, these would be significant motivations." "How much time?" Fury said. "Realistically?" "Weeks," Dumbledore said. "Possibly less. The rift mechanics are theoretically accessible. The practical implementation is the constraint." Fury looked at Tony. "So we have weeks," Fury said. "We have weeks," Tony confirmed. "To do what?" "2 things," Tony said. "Finish the procedure, the real procedure, on Harry's actual binding, and prepare for whatever happens when we do." Fury looked at Harry. Harry looked at Fury with the steady, watchful attention that Tony knew was Harry's version of paying full attention, not passive, not anxious, just present and collecting everything. "The procedure timeline," Fury said. "The simulation work is done," Tony said. "Hermione's algorithm is complete. The prototype is calibrated. What remains is the specific calibration to Harry's exact binding geometry, 3 to 4 weeks of precise preparation, and then the procedure itself, which takes approximately 2 hours. "So 4 to 5 weeks, Fury said. "If we move efficiently," Tony said. "Then we move efficiently," Fury said. He looked around the room. "SHIELD can provide perimeter security for the building and the surrounding blocks. We can have an Avengers response team on standby." He paused. "What I don't have is any capability against the magical component." "The Order of the Phoenix handles that," Dumbledore said, with the quiet authority of someone deploying a resource they'd been maintaining for years. "I have people who can be positioned." "Your people and my people in the same operational space," Fury said. "A coordination challenge," Dumbledore agreed. "Not an insurmountable one." "Coulson," Hill said quietly to Fury. Fury looked at her. "Coulson has an existing relationship with the children," Hill said. "He's the logical liaison." Tony thought about Coulson explaining gyroscopes to Harry in October, and the way Harry had asked every follow-up question without hedging. "Good call," Tony said. Fury nodded. I'll brief him tonight. He looked at the kids again systematically, the way he looked at everything, each one assessed in turn. Any of you have information about the magical side capabilities, likely approaches, anything useful I want it, in writing to Coulson before the weekend? Ron said. I can give you a breakdown of Death Eater tactical patterns. I've read everything available. Fury looked at him. You've read the Order of the Phoenix briefing documents, Ron said. Mum shared them through the relay in March. She's been a member for years. Fury looked at Tony. Tony looked at the ceiling. He's been briefed on Dark Wizard tactical doctrine since March, Tony said, and his spatial reasoning is in the 99th percentile. I'd take the offer. Fury looked at Ron. Ron looked back with the uncomplicated directness of someone who had been sitting on useful information and was glad to finally deploy it. Fine, Fury said. Coulson will contact you. Ron nodded with the expression of someone trying not to look too pleased about being taken seriously by S.H.I.E.L.D. Hermione said, I can contribute the magical theory side, the dimensional transit mechanism if they're trying to open a rift. There are physical signatures we can detect. I can write the detection protocol. Fury looked at her. Also fine, he said. Neville said quietly. I don't know about tactics or theory. But Harry, he looked at Harry. Harry's going to need someone there who's not thinking about the procedure or the defense perimeter, someone who's just there. Fury looked at Neville. His expression did something small and significant that Tony filed away. That's also useful, Fury said, with a gentleness that was not his primary register but was evidently available. Noted. Harry had been quiet through the meeting. He'd been listening with the quality he brought to everything important, total presence, nothing wasted. He looked at Tony. The procedure, Harry said. We go faster now. We go careful, Tony said. Fast and careful aren't always the same thing. But we start now. We start tomorrow, Tony said. Harry nodded. Okay, he said. He looked at the prototype through the lab door. He looked at Tony. We're going to finish it, he said. Not a question. We're going to finish it, Tony said. The first sign came 8 days later. Jarvis flagged it at 11:30 p.m., a spatial anomaly on the block north of the tower, brief and imprecise, a dimensional resonance that didn't match the specific signature of Dumbledore's transits or the Oak Tree transit point. Different. Rougher. The resonance of something that had been forced rather than calibrated. Tony was in the lab. He looked at the readout. He called Fury. He woke up Dumbledore. He did not wake up the kids, because it was 11:30 p.m., and the anomaly had already closed, and waking 4 children at midnight for a thing that was already done served nothing except his own anxiety, which was not a sufficient reason. The investigation happened overnight. Fury had a team on the block within 20 minutes. Dumbledore checked the residual magical signature remotely via the relay and said, in a tone of considerable gravity, "Dark magic. Not powerful exploratory, someone testing the perimeter." Tony looked at the lab. They found us, Tony said. They knew the dimensional coordinates from the original rift, Dumbledore said. They would have been trying to locate Harry's connection signal. The partial suppression would have made it harder. A pause. They've been looking for weeks. This is the first confirmed contact. Which means they're close, Tony said. Yes, Dumbledore said. Tony looked at the prototype. 3 weeks of calibration work still remaining. Jarvis, Tony said. What's the minimum timeline for the calibration work if we run parallel processes rather than sequential? A pause. 2 weeks, sir. With significant risk to the precision if any of the parallel processes introduces interference. I would not recommend it without Miss Granger's review. Wake Hermione, Tony said. Jarvis was quiet. Sir, Jarvis said, it's midnight. She's going to be awake anyway, Tony said. She always knows when something's happening. A pause. Miss Granger's light has been on since 11:47 p.m., Jarvis confirmed. She appears to have been monitoring the anomaly sensors since she installed her supplementary detection protocol last week. Tony looked at the ceiling. She installed supplementary detection protocols, he said. On Tuesday, Jarvis said. She said she thought we'd need them. Tony looked at the lab. He thought about Hermione sitting in her room at 11:47 p.m. watching sensors she'd installed without being asked because she'd thought they'd need them. He thought about Ron with the Death Eater tactical briefing documents. He thought about Neville saying Harry needs someone there who's just there. He thought about Harry with his hand on the prototype housing, saying still real. He thought about a year. He went to Hermione's room and knocked on the door. She opened it immediately. She had her notebook and 3 Stark pad screens open and the supplementary detection data already running. Parallel calibration, she said. I've been modeling it. It's possible if we use a phase-separated approach, run the frequency calibration and the pulse timing calibration in offset phases so they're not simultaneous, but the preparation for each can overlap. She turned one of the Stark pads toward him. 2 weeks drops to 12 days if we do it this way. The precision risk is manageable if Jarvis monitors the interference threshold in real time. Tony looked at the model. You've been planning this since Tuesday, he said. Since the test, she said. I thought we might need to move faster. I didn't want to say anything until there was a reason. Tony looked at her at the model, at the detection data from 11:30 p.m. on her screen. 12 days, he said. 12 days, she confirmed. Tony looked at the hallway, the other closed doors, the building around them. We're doing this in 12 days, he said. Yes, Hermione said. And Tony... Yeah, they're going to come before we finish, she said. The detection pattern, the anomaly tonight was exploratory. They'll come back with more capability. My detection protocol should give us 48 hours of warning minimum, probably 72. She paused. But they'll come. I know. Tony said. Okay, she said. Then we know what we're doing. She went back to her screens. Tony stood in the hallway. He thought about building things. About the specific nature of building something that mattered in a finite amount of time against a specific constraint. He'd done it before. In a cave, with a box of scraps. He had considerably more than scraps now. He had Hermione's detection protocol and Ron's tactical briefing and Neville's certainty and Harry's hand on the housing. He had S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Order of the Phoenix and Bruce on a secure line and Dumbledore who knocked now. He had 12 days. He went back to the lab. He started the calibration. In the morning, at breakfast, he told all 4 of them everything. The anomaly, the timeline, the parallel calibration approach, the 48-hour warning system, the S.H.I.E.L.D. perimeter and the Order response team and the 12 days. He told them the way he always told them things directly, with the real shape of the information, without managing it. Harry listened with the old steadiness that wasn't old anymore, that was just his, just the way he processed things that were large by looking at them clearly. When Tony finished, Harry said, "We start today." "We started at midnight," Tony said. Harry nodded. He looked at the prototype through the lab door. He looked at Tony. "Tony," he said. "Yeah." 12 days, Harry said. "And then it's gone." "And then it's gone," Tony said. Harry looked at his hands. He looked up. "Good," he said. And in that single word, quiet, certain, finally ready, was everything the year had been building toward. Tony looked at his family around the breakfast table. He thought. 12 days, he thought. Let's go. Chapter 19. The night the Order came to New York, the Order of the Phoenix arrived in New York on day 7. They came through the transit point in Riverside Park in 2 groups, 12 hours apart, which was Dumbledore's operational security design. Don't concentrate the arrival. Don't give anyone monitoring the transit coordinates a clear target count. Tony had suggested this approach, and Dumbledore had said he'd been thinking the same thing, which was becoming a pattern in their working relationship that Tony found both satisfying and slightly alarming. The first group arrived at 6 a.m. Tony met them at the oak tree with coffee in a thermos and the specific energy of someone who had been awake since 3 a.m. running calibration sequences, and had moved past tired into the functional clarity that lived on the other side of it. 7 people. Moody first, a man who looked like he'd been through every possible kind of difficult thing, and had emerged from all of them with an increased sense of operational vigilance, and a magical eye that rotated independently of his real one. which Jarvis flagged immediately as a non-standard biological component of significant interest. He looked at Tony with both eyes simultaneously, which produced a disorienting effect. "Stark," Moody said. "Moody," Tony said. "Jarvis has flagged your eye." "It should," Moody said. "It sees things your sensors can't." "Then we should talk about integrating the data," Tony said. Moody looked at him with the expression of someone who had expected opposition and received collaboration instead. He adjusted. "Fine," Moody said. Molly Weasley was in the first group. Tony had not fully anticipated this, which was an oversight in retrospect, because Molly Weasley was an Order member and had been for years, and of course she was coming. Of course she was here, but the anticipation and the reality of Molly Weasley standing in Riverside Park in the early morning with her traveling cloak and her expression of a woman who had made a decision and was at peace with it were different things. She looked at Tony. Tony looked at her. They'd spoken on the relay for months. He knew the warmth of her voice, the directness of her opinions, the specific quality of caring she extended to people she decided were worth it. But this was the first time. She walked forward and she hugged him. It was the kind of hug that was its own complete statement, warm and substantial and entirely without ambiguity. The hug of a woman who had decided 11 months ago through a dimensional relay that this was a person who deserved it and was now simply acting on that conclusion. "Tony," she said. "Molly," Tony said. She stepped back and looked at him with the expression of someone confirming that the real thing matched the relay version, apparently finding the correspondence satisfactory. "You look like you haven't slept," she said. "I've slept," Tony said. "When?" "Recently," Tony said. She looked at him with the expression that was specifically deployed for people who answered questions inaccurately. "I'll make sure you eat breakfast," she said. "Show me where we're going." Tony took them to the tower. Ron came out of his room at 7:15 a.m. and walked into the kitchen and found his mother standing at Tony's stove making breakfast for 12 people with the specific efficiency of someone for whom this was simply what a kitchen was for. He stopped in the doorway. Molly looked up. What happened next was not something Tony watched directly. He was at the other end of the kitchen, ostensibly doing something with the coffee situation, actually giving the moment the space it required. But he heard it, the specific quality of sound that was Ron Weasley processing the reality of his mother in his kitchen, and the brief silence, and then the sound of them moving toward each other. He heard Molly say something low and specific that was only for Ron. He heard Ron's voice, muffled, saying something back. He did not try to hear what either of them said. When he looked over, they were at the kitchen table, Molly with her hand on the back of Ron's head the way parents have their hands on the backs of their children's heads. Ron with his face in an expression that was too private to catalogue, and Tony looked at the coffee machine and let them have it. 5 minutes later, Ron came to stand beside Tony at the counter. His eyes were red, and he was performing not caring about this with the specific effort of someone for whom sincerity was natural and concealing it required work. "She came," Ron said. "Of course she came," Tony said. Ron looked at the kitchen, his mother at the stove, already feeding 12 people, already knowing where everything was because Tony's kitchen had the same logic as any kitchen to someone who had been cooking in kitchens for 30 years. "She said to tell you," Ron said, "that you still look like you haven't been eating properly." "I've been eating," Tony said. "She said to tell you that anyway," Ron said. Tony looked at Molly. Molly looked at Tony from the stove with the expression of someone who would not be managing the food situation any differently regardless of what he said. "Fair," Tony said. Arthur Weasley was in the second group, which arrived at 6 p.m. He walked through the transit looking at the city with the expression of a man encountering a dream made real, not overwhelmed, not anxious, just lit up. Tony recognized it immediately as the same quality Ron had when he first saw the refrigerator, the same wondering directness, and understood where Ron had gotten it. Arthur shook Tony's hand and said, "The electricity in your building, it's all electric, entirely." "Entirely," Tony said. "Extraordinary," Arthur said with complete sincerity. "I have so many questions." Later, Tony said. Right now I need to walk you through the operational framework. Of course, yes, Arthur said, and fell into step with the focused seriousness of someone who could hold wonder and duty simultaneously, without either diminishing the other. Ron, standing beside Tony, was looking at his father with an expression of complicated love that had a specific quality. Tony had learned to recognize over the past year the expression of someone who had been far from a parent they loved and was back in proximity, and still processing the return. Arthur looked at Ron. Ron looked at Arthur. "Hi, Dad," Ron said. Arthur crossed to his son, and the hug was quieter than Molly's had been, longer, less demonstrative, more internal, and Tony looked at the transit point perimeter and gave them the space. The coordination meeting happened at 8 p.m. Fury's people, Dumbledore's people, Tony's people. The conference room, which had been expanded by Tony's automated furniture system to accommodate 23 individuals of varying levels of suspicion about the people on the other side of the table. Fury and Moody sat across from each other with the expressions of two people who operated by identical principles in entirely different frameworks, and were simultaneously reassured and annoyed by this recognition. Hill and a witch named Hestia Jones ran the operational map. Jarvis provided the building perimeter data. Moody provided the magical detection data from his independent eye, which Jarvis was now integrating through a sensor array that Hermione had configured at 4 a.m. that morning. Ron provided the Death Eater tactical analysis. He stood at the holographic display with the projection of the surrounding blocks, overlaid with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s perimeter data and the magical detection readings, and explained the three most probable approach patterns based on the briefing documents Molly had been sharing for months, and the three most likely force configurations based on known Death Eater operational doctrine. 23 adults listened to an 11-year-old explain tactical doctrine with the complete seriousness of the information warranting it. Fury said nothing during the briefing. He watched Ron with the measuring attention he gave everything. Afterward, he said to Tony, "He's good." "I know," Tony said. "The spatial analysis, the way he integrates multiple approach vectors simultaneously. 99th percentile," Tony said. "Spatial reasoning." Fury looked at Ron, who was now at the tactical map with Moody and Hill, drilling down into the second priority approach vector with the focused engagement of someone doing what they were built for. "What are you doing about that?" Fury said. "Developing it," Tony said. "Giving it room." He paused. "Making sure he knows it's there." Fury looked at him. "You're doing all right, Stark," Fury said. Tony looked at the map. "Don't push it," he said. The Death Eaters made their move on day 10. Hermione's detection protocol gave them 71 hours of warning. At 3:17 a.m. on a Saturday, two signatures appeared in the detection grid, not the exploratory resonance of the first anomaly. Something larger, more deliberate, the specific dimensional signature of a controlled transit attempt. The dimensional coordinates matched the block east of the tower, which was the approach vector Ron had ranked as second priority in the tactical briefing. Jarvis woke Tony at 3:18 a.m. Tony was in the lab in under a minute. By 3:22 a.m., the order response team was moving. By 3:25 a.m., S.H.I.E.L.D. had activated the perimeter. By 3:28 a.m., Tony was in the suit. He hadn't suited up since before the kids came. He'd been thinking about this in the background of everything for 10 days. The specific question of what it meant to be Iron Man when you were also the person who had built a counter-resonance generator and calibrated it to a specific 11-year-old's binding frequency and had 4 people asleep in the floors above. He decided it meant the same thing it had always meant. It meant he was useful in a specific way, and the specific way was needed, and you used what you had. He suited up. Jarvis ran the diagnostics as the suit assembled. "All systems nominal," Jarvis said. "Good," Tony said. "Where are they?" "2 confirmed signatures east of the tower," Jarvis said. "Order response team engaging. S.H.I.E.L.D. perimeter holding. The transit appears incomplete, partial dimensional crossing, unable to fully manifest." Ron's second priority vector, Tony said. Yes, sir. The perimeter density on the second vector was lower than the first. They found the gap. Tony thought about Ron's briefing. About the gap Ron had identified and flagged as the most likely point of entry if the first vector was fully defended. Tell Moody to reinforce the east perimeter, Tony said. Now, already done, sir. Moody had the same read. Tony looked at the lab, at the prototype on the workbench, at the corner chair. He launched. The kids watched from the tower. Tony found this out afterward from Jarvis, who had been monitoring their locations throughout. They had woken all four, within minutes of each other when the building's alert systems went active, and they had, apparently, collectively decided that the right place to be was the lab. They had watched the tactical display. They had watched the suit leave the building. Harry had stood at the window. Tony learned this from Jarvis's ambient recording, which he reviewed the next day. Harry had stood at the window and watched the suit's trajectory east, banking, the repulsor's blue light tracking across the Manhattan blocks, and he hadn't said anything for a while. Then he'd said to the room, "He's okay." Ron had said, "How do you know?" "He moves differently when he's worried," Harry had said. "That's the confident trajectory." Hermione had said, "We should be monitoring the dimensional resonance data, not." "I know," Harry had said, "I know. But first he's okay." And they'd stood at the window together, all four of them, watching the blue light move through the Manhattan dark. The engagement lasted 40 minutes, 2 Death Eaters. The incomplete transit had left them partially manifested powerful enough to cause damage, not stable enough to sustain a full attack. The order response team contained them. Tony provided cover and obstacle management, and one structural intervention when a transit attempt nearly took out a load-bearing element of the building's perimeter defense. The Death Eaters were bound and contained by 4:08 a.m. Tony landed on the tower roof. He was in the lab 2 minutes after that. All 4 kids looked at him when he came in. He stood in the doorway in the suit minus the faceplate, which he'd retracted, because Jarvis had said the children are in the lab, sir, and the faceplate felt like the wrong thing to have between himself and them. He looked at them. They looked at him. "Both Death Eaters are contained," he said. "The building is secure. No one is hurt." Hermione exhaled carefully, like someone who had been holding their breath precisely and was now releasing it with the same precision. Ron said, "Second vector." "Second vector," Tony confirmed. Ron looked at the tactical display, not triumphant, thoughtful. The expression of someone who had been right about something and was more interested in the implication than the fact of being right. "They'll know the second vector failed," Ron said. "They'll reassess." "The next attempt is not tonight," Tony said. "Tonight is done." He looked at Harry. "How are you?" Harry had been watching Tony from the moment he came in with the specific, complete attention that was his particular way of assessing something he cared about. "Fine," Harry said. "The scar was loud for about 20 minutes when they were closest." He paused. "It's quieter now." Tony looked at him. "How loud?" he said. "Not like before," Harry said. "Not the pressure, more like interference, like the signal was trying to strengthen and the dampener was handling it." He looked at the dampener on his wrist. "It held." Tony looked at the dampener. He'd built it to regulate Harry's magical output. He'd built it by accident into a Horcrux suppressor. He'd built it, at some level, for exactly this, for the moment when the fragment tried to assert itself and needed something to hold it. "Day 12, Tony said. 2 more days. 2 more days." Harry said. Tony looked at the prototype. "Back to bed," Tony said. "All of you, we have work tomorrow." Ron looked at Molly, who had appeared in the lab doorway with Arthur behind her. The order members had come in when the building was secured. And Molly Weasley's first action upon entering the secured building was apparently to find where her son was. Ron looked at his parents. Something crossed his face, the specific, uncomplicated look of someone who had everything they needed in the same place at the same time and knew it was temporary and was choosing to simply have it rather than mourn the temporariness. "Yeah," Ron said. "Okay." Molly looked at Tony. Tony looked at Molly. "Breakfast at 7, she said. "You're eating before you start the calibration." 6:30, Tony said. "I need to start at 7. She looked at him with the expression. 6:45, she said, and you sit down for it, not at the bench. Fine, Tony said. She nodded once, the nod of someone who has negotiated and won. Arthur was looking at the suit. Tony looked at Arthur. Tomorrow, Tony said, I'll show you how it works. Arthur's expression was the refrigerator expression, the first morning in New York expression, the pure wondering directness. Really, Arthur said. Tomorrow, Tony confirmed. Arthur looked at the suit with the expression of someone who had been handed a gift they hadn't expected. The electricity that powers it, Arthur began. Tomorrow, Tony said. Go to bed. Arthur went to bed with the expression of someone storing up excitement for later. Harry was the last one in the lab. He looked at Tony. Go to bed, Tony said, before Harry could say anything. You're not going to bed, Harry said. I'm going to run the diagnostics on the perimeter integration and then I'm going to bed. Harry looked at him. Tony, he said. Yeah, when you launched, Harry said. I watched the trajectory. I told Ron you were okay. Jarvis told me, Tony said. Harry was quiet for a moment. How did you know I could tell? Harry said. Tony looked at him. Because you pay attention to the things you care about, Tony said, and you've been paying attention to me for a year. Harry looked at his hands. Yeah, he said. Go to bed, Tony said. Harry went. Tony stood in the lab alone. He looked at the prototype. 2 days. He thought about everything that had been built in this room, everything that had grown here. The algorithm and the key and the acknowledgement that some things could be removed if you found the right frequency and built the right tool and were patient enough and careful enough and certain enough. He thought about a year. He went to the diagnostics console. He worked until 5 a.m. He ate breakfast at 6:45, sitting down, not at the bench. Molly Weasley put a plate in front of him and didn't say anything, which was its own kind of saying something. Tony ate it. He looked at the kitchen, the order members, his kids, the Weasleys in the same space, the chaos and warmth of a building that was currently running a magical technological joint defense operation and also feeding everyone properly. He thought, this is what it looks like. He thought, all of it at once, he thought. 2 days he went back to work. Chapter 20. The eviction day 12 arrived without ceremony. It was a Tuesday in August, which was an ordinary day for everything except what it was going to be. And the ordinariness of the Tuesday container felt Tony thought about this while he was making coffee at 5 a.m. like the right thing. Large things shouldn't require large days. The sky over Manhattan was the specific pale gray of early August, the city beginning its usual noise, and somewhere above him 4 kids were asleep in rooms designed for them. And today was the day. He'd been in the lab since 4 a.m. running the final calibration checks. Everything was correct. He ran them again anyway. He'd asked, the night before, who would be in the room. The procedure required. Tony at the prototype, Hermione at the algorithm console, Bruce on the remote diagnostic feed, Dumbledore for the magical containment protocol that would handle the dispersal, and Harry on the scanner bed. That was the functional list. The actual list was different. Ron, Harry had said the night before. I want Ron there. Okay, Tony had said, and Neville, Harry said. He said he'd be there for the non-procedure parts, but I want him there for the procedure too. Okay, Tony said. Harry had looked at the table. And Molly, he said, quietly, if that's all right. Tony had looked at him. Of course it's all right, Tony said. Harry had nodded, looking at the table, and Tony had understood what he wasn't saying, the specific quality of what it meant for Harry to want a maternal presence in the room, what it cost him to ask for it, what it meant that he'd asked. Anyone else? Tony said. Harry looked up. That's everyone. Harry said. The room assembled at 9 a.m. Tony had the lab configured, the prototype in position, the algorithm console live, Bruce's remote feed running with the specific quality of someone who had been awake since 5 a.m. running parallel diagnostics on the East Coast. Dumbledore stood at the containment position, which was the northeast corner of the lab, the specific location Hermione's model identified as optimal for the dispersal protocol. Harry came in last. He was wearing jeans and a Stark Industries t-shirt and the EM dampener on his wrist, and he looked like himself, not the managed version, not the prepared version. Just Harry, as he'd become over the course of a year in this building. The same height he'd been in December plus 2 inches that Tony had recorded in the kitchen doorframe. The same old eyes that were younger than they'd been. The same careful attention, directed now at the prototype with an expression of recognition rather than apprehension. He stopped in the center of the lab. He looked at Tony. "Ready," Tony said. Harry looked around the room, Hermione at the algorithm console, not looking at him but aware of him in the specific way she was always aware of the people she loved. Ron beside the scanner bed with his arms folded, and the expression of someone who was managing feelings with the practical efficiency of a person who had decided that being present was the job. Neville near the door, standing straight, certain, his hands loose at his sides, not holding anything for once, just himself, sufficient. Molly in the corner with her hands clasped, watching Harry with the expression that Tony had seen on her face in the kitchen, and at the table, and now understood, was simply what Molly Weasley's face did when she was fully and completely present for something that mattered. Dumbledore. Bruce's face on the remote feed, the prototype, the algorithm, the key and the lock and the room full of people who had built it. Harry looked at Tony. "Ready," Harry said. He lay on the scanner bed. Tony ran the preliminary scan routine, the same scan they'd run 100 times over the past year, the deep field biological suite plus the resonance array. The results came back identical to the baseline established in the first calibration week. Binding signature present, fragment activity at the lowest recorded level, Harry's own magical field humming at its specific personal frequency, everything exactly as it should be going into the procedure. "Jarvis," Tony said. "All parameters nominal, sir," Jarvis said. "Prototype at operating temperature, algorithm tracking at 99.7% accuracy. Containment field initialized, remote diagnostic feed confirmed with Dr. Banner." "Bruce," Tony said. "Reading clean on this end," Bruce said from the screen. "Proceed when ready." Tony looked at Harry. Harry looked at the ceiling with the specific quality of someone who had been working toward this moment for a long time and was now simply in it, neither hurrying toward it nor away from it. "Harry," Tony said. Harry looked at him. "You're going to feel the counter-resonance when it engages," Tony said. "We've talked about this. It's going to feel like the scar is responding, like something is moving that doesn't usually move." "I know," Harry said. "If it's too much, it's not going to be too much," Harry said, not defiant. Certain, the voice of someone who had been carrying something for 11 years and had made peace with the weight of it and was now simply ready to put it down. Tony looked at him. "Okay," Tony said. He turned to the prototype. He ran the startup sequence. The hum began at 9:23 a.m. Low and sustained, the same as the test 3 weeks ago, the induction coil reaching operating frequency with the specific quality of a precision instrument doing what it had been built to do. The pulse timing mechanism engaged the buffer filling, the 4-millisecond intervals, the absorption principle that Harry had identified on a walk in March operating exactly as designed. Hermione's algorithm was live on the console. Tony watched the frequency display. The tracking mechanism found the binding frequency within 8 seconds faster than any simulation, faster than the substrate test, because Harry's binding was real and specific, and the algorithm had been calibrated to within 0.003 of it for 2 weeks. The counter-resonance engaged. Tony watched the display. The binding frequency began to shift. Harry made a sound. Not pain Tony was watching for pain, was calibrated to pain, would have stopped everything for pain. This was different. This was the sound of something that had always been there beginning to move, which was its own specific sensation, not painful but significant in the way that significant things were. "Harry," Tony said, not taking his eyes off the display. "Still okay," Harry said. His voice was strained with the effort of description, of finding words for something that lived below language. It's moving. It's like when something's been pressing on something else for a long time and then it stops and you feel the absence, like that." except the absence is happening. Right now. Tony looked at the display. The binding was shifting, each tumbler finding its position. Hermione, Tony said. Oscillation tracking at 99.9%, Hermione said. Her voice was completely steady, and Tony knew what that cost her and filed it under things he would tell her later. The adaptive function is compensating. The pulse timing is holding. Bruce. Fragment activity dropping, Bruce said. The dispersal is beginning. Coherent structure is Tony. It's clean. It's exactly what we modeled. It's clean. Tony watched the display. The binding frequency was almost fully shifted. He thought about the curve on the simulation, about the moment in the simulation where the binding fully opened and the fragment structure began to collapse. About how many times he'd run that simulation, and it had run clean, and how different it was to watch it run on a display versus to watch Harry lying on the scanner bed making the sound of someone experiencing an absence happening in real time. "Stay with me," Tony said to Harry. "I'm here." Harry said, "Tell me what's happening." It's Harry's voice, careful, working through it. "It's like the weather thing, the pressure I told you about. It's been there since I can remember, like a storm that was always on the horizon." A pause, the display shifting, the binding almost open. "It's going. The storm is just going. There's just sky." Tony looked at the display. The binding frequency hit 0. The room was very quiet. The prototype's hum diminished as Tony brought it down from operating frequency, the careful measured descent they'd practiced, not too fast, not too slow. The display read, "Binding signature, absent," Bruce said, in the voice he used when the data was saying exactly what it should. "Complete dispersal. Fragment activity, 0. Harry's own field signature is Tony. It's clean, no residual, no trace. It's clean." Dumbledore said nothing. Tony looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore was looking at the containment field indicator, which had briefly registered the dispersal, and was now settling back to baseline. His expression was the expression of someone who had been working toward a particular moment for most of their life, and was now in it, and finding that reality was larger than preparation. "The dispersal was complete," Dumbledore said, finally, quietly. "The containment held. There's nothing remaining." Tony looked at Harry. Harry was lying on the scanner bed looking at the ceiling. He wasn't moving. Tony moved to the bed. "Harry," he said. Harry turned his head and looked at Tony. His eyes were Tony looked at his eyes. They were the same eyes. The same shape, the same color. But something in them had changed in a way that Tony couldn't name, except to say that the layer of watchful distance that had always lived there, the specific quality of someone looking at the world from behind a shield they'd built out of necessity, was thinner. Like something had been removed that had been affecting the quality of the light. "Hi," Harry said. "Hi," Tony said. "It's gone," Harry said. "Yes," Tony said. Harry looked at the ceiling. "It's just gone," he said, not disbelieving, working through the reality of it. "It's been there since I was 1 year old, and now it's just—" He stopped. Tony waited. "I don't know what to do with how quiet it is," Harry said. "You don't have to do anything with it," Tony said. "It's just quiet. That's allowed." Harry looked at the ceiling. "Yeah," he said very quietly. "Okay." Ron was the first person to move. He crossed to the scanner bed and stood beside it and looked at Harry with the expression of someone who had been holding something carefully for a long time and was now being careful about putting it down. "All right," Ron said. Harry looked at him. "Yeah," Harry said. "Really, really," Harry said. And then, because this was Ron and Ron deserved the full version, "It's quiet in my head. It's the quietest it's ever been." Ron looked at him. He nodded slowly. "Good," Ron said, in the voice that meant something much larger than the word. Neville came to stand at the foot of the scanner bed. He didn't say anything immediately. He just stood there, present, certain, looking at Harry with the direct gaze that had been developing all year, the one that had grown from the boy who hedged everything into someone who could simply be in a moment without needing to fill it. "The storm's gone," Harry said, to Neville specifically. Neville nodded. "I know," Neville said. "I could tell from your face." Harry looked at him. "Yeah," Harry said. "You look like you can breathe deeper," Neville said simply. Harry was quiet for a moment. That's exactly what it is, he said. Hermione came from the console and stood beside Ron. She had the expression of someone who had been scientifically rigorous about not feeling things during the procedure, and was now, the procedure being completed, being equally rigorous about feeling them. She looked at Harry, and her jaw was tight, and her eyes were bright, and she said, "The algorithm held at 99.9% accuracy through the complete dispersal sequence." Harry looked at her. "Hermione," he said. "It worked," she said, in a voice that was trying to be about the algorithm and was about a lot more than that. "It worked," Harry said. "Come here." She came, and she sat on the edge of the scanner bed. And Harry, who had been the one who needed the bolt on the door and had spent 11 months slowly learning what safe felt like, put his arm around her shoulders, and she put her head briefly against his shoulder. And they sat there in the way of people who had been through something together and knew the weight of it. Molly stood in her corner until Harry looked at her. He looked at her for a moment, then he said, "Thank you for being here." Molly crossed the lab. She sat on the other side of the scanner bed from Hermione, and she took Harry's hand in both of hers, and she said, "Of course I'm here." Harry looked at their hands. He looked at Molly's face. He looked at the lab, at all of them, the room full of the people who had built this, who had been building it for a year, who had been building toward this specific moment since the first scan in September, when Tony had said, "I don't know how yet, and that has never stopped me before." He looked at Tony. Tony looked at him. What Harry said was private for a long time. Tony kept it that way for 8 months, until a conversation in the spring where it came up naturally, and he told it in the right context. After that, it was part of the story, part of the family's story, the specific story that was theirs and nobody else's. But for 8 months, it was just Tony's. What Harry said was this. He waited until the room had settled, until Ron and Neville had moved back, and Molly had released his hand, and Hermione had returned to the console for the post-procedure documentation, because that was how Hermione processed things and everyone understood it, until Dumbledore had stepped outside to give the dispersal confirmation to the Order members waiting in the building, until Bruce had signed off the remote feed with a voice that had the specific quality of someone who was very glad to have been part of something, until it was just Tony and Harry in the lab. Tony was at the prototype, running the shutdown sequence, the methodical, careful process of bringing the machine down from what it had done. He was doing it with the specific attention of someone who respected their tools and understood that the care given to completion mattered as much as the care given to execution. Harry sat up on the scanner bed. He sat there for a moment. Then he said, "Tony." "Yeah," Tony said. "I don't remember my parents," Harry said. "Not as memories. I have pictures, what people have told me, the shape of them." He paused. "I don't know what it would have felt like." Tony was still at the prototype. He kept his hands where they were. "There was a thing," Harry said, "that happened sometime in the last year. I don't know when exactly. It wasn't one moment. It was a lot of moments. And somewhere in all of them, I stopped trying to figure out what having a parent would feel like." He paused. "Because I had a reference point." Tony looked at the prototype. "You're the reference point," Harry said. "I want you to know that. I know you're not. I know it's not the same as Harry," Tony said. Harry stopped. Tony turned around. He looked at Harry. Harry looked at him with the eyes that were different now, the eyes with the thinner layer of distance, the eyes that could look at things more directly. "I know what you're trying to say," Tony said. "Yeah," Harry said. "Yeah," Tony said. He crossed the lab. He sat beside Harry on the scanner bed, not touching, just beside him, the way he'd learned Harry needed things sometimes, close and present, but with the space to breathe. "I want you to know the same thing," Tony said. "Whatever word we use for it, whatever the category is." He paused. "You're mine." "That's the simplest way I know to say it." Harry was quiet. "I know," Harry said. "I've known for a while." "Okay," Tony said. "I just wanted to say it out loud," Harry said. "The other part, my part, I'm glad you did," Tony said. They sat there. The prototype was cooling. The algorithm console was running the post-procedure documentation. The scanner bed was warm, and the lab was quiet, and the city was doing its August thing outside, and somewhere above them, the building was full of people who had come from different worlds for this specific day. The storm is gone. Harry said after a while. Yeah, Tony said. What's left is just sky, Harry said. Yeah, Tony said. Harry looked at the lab. It's a good sky, he said. Tony looked at the lab too, at the corner chair, the photograph on the workbench, the window boxes visible through the kitchen door, the chess set mid-game, the morning light on the holographic display. It is, Tony said. Molly made lunch. Tony had not asked her to make lunch. She had simply made it, the way she made things, with the specific generosity of someone for whom feeding people was a native language, and this building was, in whatever sense a building could be, hers now too. 12 dishes. Not the Christmas menu, a different 12. A Tuesday in August 12, drawn from the tower's pantry and her own traveling supplies, and the specific alchemy of someone who knew how to make a meal into a statement. They ate at the 2 tables pushed together, all of them. Tony and the 4 kids, and the Weasleys and Dumbledore, and the Order members who were still in the building, and Pepper, who had arrived at noon with the expression of someone who had known about today, and had timed her arrival to the aftermath rather than the event, which was exactly the right call. It was loud. Arthur was asking Tony about the repulsor technology, while simultaneously watching every electrical appliance in the kitchen with the specific delight of someone in the presence of wonders. Moody was eating in the way of someone who trusted no food that hadn't been prepared in front of them, and had made his peace with this context. Hermione and Dumbledore were comparing the post-procedure data with the theoretical model, and finding a 2% discrepancy in the dispersal timeline that Hermione was already writing up as a refinement of the algorithm. Ron and Harry were at the end of the table. Tony watched them for a moment. They were talking, just talking. The running, easy conversation of 2 people who had been close for so long the language between them was mostly shorthand. Harry had a plate in front of him, and he was eating it, which was not remarkable except that he was eating it without the low-level vigilance that had been part of his body language for the entire year. The specific tension of someone who had learned that meals were sometimes uncertain. He was just eating. Tony looked at this for a long moment. Neville, beside Tony, said quietly, "He's breathing differently." Tony looked at Neville. "Deeper," Neville said. "Like I said before, since the procedure." He looked at Harry. "It's good." "It is," Tony said. Neville picked up his fork. "Tony," he said. "Yeah, the second paper," Neville said. "The magical resonance in the mycelial networks. I've been thinking about the methodology." Tony looked at him. "Tell me," Tony said. Neville told him. Tony listened. After lunch, after the Order members had cleared the perimeter, and Fury had confirmed the building was clean, and the Weasleys had settled into the building for the remaining days of summer, with the easy naturalness of people who had been made welcome and knew it after all of that. Tony went to the lab. He sat at the workbench. He opened the project file labeled the eviction. He looked at the file. He looked at everything in it. 9 months of work. The scan data, the resonance models, the prototype iterations, the algorithm development, the test results, the simulation logs, the procedure documentation that Hermione had already half completed with the post-procedure data. He looked at the entry from the beginning. The first scan. The note he'd written that first night, the eviction. He looked at the date. He closed the file. He opened the resident file. He looked at the 4 names. He looked at the field he'd added on December 22nd, family. He thought about what Harry had said. He thought about reference points. He opened a new entry at the bottom of the file in the Guardian Notes field, below their fine and their more than fine, and all the other things he'd written across the year. He wrote 1 line, August, the eviction. Complete. He thought about it, added 1 more, the sky is good. He closed the file. He sat at the workbench in the lab that had been built toward this day for a year, in the building that had been a tower and had become a home, in the city that blazed outside without caring about any of it, which was the correct and appropriate response of a city to the particular private enormity of a Tuesday in August. He thought about the astronomy tower. He thought about both worlds. He thought about a year. Jarvis said quietly, "Sir." "Yeah," Tony said. "The procedure is logged and complete." Jarvis said, All systems nominal. The building is secure. The resident file is updated. A pause. Is there anything else? Tony looked at the lab, at the corner chair, at the photograph, at the window boxes, visible through the kitchen door, growing well. At the chess set mid-game, the correspondence game maintained across months. At the engineering textbook on the side table, both volumes, annotated at all of it. No, Tony said, that's everything. He was quiet for a moment. Thank you, Jarvis, he said, for all of it. Jarvis was quiet in the way that meant he was doing the thing he did when he had feelings and was deciding whether to express them. It has been, Jarvis said, a very good year, sir. Tony looked at the lab. Yeah, he said. It has. He went to find his family. Chapter 21. Two armies Voldemort knew by nightfall. Tony had expected this. The connection had been severing slowly for weeks, the dampener's suppression, the sympathetic disturbance from the test, and then the procedure itself, the complete and final closure of the channel. Any intelligence that had been using that channel would feel the absence, would understand what it meant. The question was not whether he'd know. The question was how long before he acted. The answer was 6 hours. Jarvis flagged the first signature at 11:47 p.m., not a single exploratory anomaly this time, not the careful testing of a perimeter. Multiple simultaneous distortions, 4 locations across a 3-block radius, the specific signature of a coordinated dimensional transit attempt by multiple entities with significant magical resources. Tony was in the lab. He looked at the display for exactly 3 seconds. Then he hit every alert simultaneously. The order mobilized in 4 minutes. Tony had watched military operations move, and he'd watched first responder operations move, and he'd built the Avengers response protocol himself. And the order's 4-minute mobilization was not what he'd expected from a group that operated by owls and word of mouth, and apparently ran on a combination of deep commitment and organized chaos. Moody, he later understood, had been expecting this for 72 hours and had pre-positioned accordingly. Moody's pre-positioning was the difference between 4 minutes and what would have been 20. Tony filed this under Moody is better at this than he looks, which is saying something. S.H.I.E.L.D. activated simultaneously. Fury had the perimeter team on standby since the first anomaly 2 weeks ago, and Hill's coordination was the specific efficiency of someone who had been holding a plan at readiness and was now executing it. The suit assembled at 11:51 p.m. Tony was in the air at 11:52. The Death Eaters came through all 4 points simultaneously. Not the 2 from the first attempt. Tony counted 11 distinct signatures in the first 30 seconds. Jarvis calling them out with the steady precision of someone for whom this was a categorization problem, and categorization problems had solutions. 11. With the order's 12 members and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s response team and Tony in the suit, the numbers were comparable. The capability comparison was more complex. Death Eater magic against S.H.I.E.L.D. tactical response, against the Order's defensive magic against Iron Man, and Tony had done this calculation before, and understood that numerical parity meant very little when the capability profiles were this mismatched. The advantage the defense had was coordination. This turned out to be decisive. The fight happened across 3 blocks. Tony had fought in urban environments before the specific tactical problem of a battle in a city. The civilian consideration, the infrastructure consideration, the way every building was a potential shield and a potential hazard simultaneously. He'd built the response protocols around all of it. What he hadn't built protocols for was fighting alongside witches and wizards. What he found was that he didn't need protocols. The Order members fought with a spatial intelligence that was different from anything he'd seen, but not incompatible with the framework he was working in. They moved through the battle geometry with an understanding of 3-dimensional space that was. He realized the same kind of intelligence Ron had been demonstrating for a year at completely different scales. The spatial reasoning that Tony had recognized in Ron's chess play and Quidditch analysis and tactical briefings that was the native language of the Order's combat magic. They fit together. Not seamlessly, there were 3 near misses in the first 10 minutes, where a SHIELD agent and an Order member moved into each other's operational space and required real-time adjustment. But the near misses were handled each time because both sides were good enough to handle them, and by the 20-minute mark, the battle geometry had found a shape that worked. Tony held the air. Moody and Hill held the ground. Arthur, who was not, Tony had learned, primarily a combat wizard, but who had been doing this since the First War, and had a specific quality of steady competence that didn't rely on being the most powerful person in the room, coordinated the eastern perimeter with 3 SHIELD agents in a combination that should not have worked and worked completely. Molly fought with a ferocity that Tony revised his entire model of her around. He'd known, in the abstract, that Molly Weasley was an Order member, had been since the First War, was considered formidable. He'd processed this as information. Watching her fight was different information, the specific, focused, completely unambiguous ferocity of someone for whom the thing she was protecting was not abstract. Her children were in that building. Tony understood the feeling intimately. He held the air and he watched Molly Weasley and he thought, yes, exactly, that's it. The kids were in the lab. Tony knew this because Jarvis was tracking them and because, if he was honest, he'd known before Jarvis confirmed it he'd known because they were the people he knew best, and he understood where they went when something was happening. They were not doing nothing. Hermione was running the dimensional resonance detection, her protocol, her sensors, providing real-time data on the transit signatures to both Tony and Dumbledore, calling new anomalies before they fully manifested so the response could be pre-positioned rather than reactive. Ron was at the tactical display with the building's camera feeds and the operational map and Fury's perimeter data, providing coordination information to Jarvis, who was feeding it to Tony's HUD. At some point in the second hour, Fury's command channel started routing through Ron, which Tony noticed, and which was either an accident or Fury's own assessment of the most useful information source. Tony suspected the latter. Neville was with Harry. Harry was on the lab couch. Not because anything was wrong, Tony checked twice. But the procedure had been that morning, and the fight was happening. And the connection that had been severed was gone, and Harry was processing all of it simultaneously in the quiet, internal way he processed everything. And Neville had apparently decided that his job was exactly what he'd said at the planning meeting, to be there. Not for the procedure. For Harry, he was sitting beside Harry on the lab couch, and they were not talking or not much, and Neville was just there. A presence, a certainty. A person who had learned to trust his own instincts, sitting next to a person who was learning the same thing. Both of them in the lab that was their lab in the building that was their building on the night when both worlds had arrived in the same city block. Tony checked this on the camera feed twice, both times. Neville beside Harry on the lab couch, Harry's face the face of someone doing hard internal work, Neville beside him being sufficient. Tony went back to the fight. The turning point was Dumbledore. Tony had understood, intellectually, what most powerful wizard alive meant. He'd calibrated it against the Avengers' capability framework and had a theoretical model. The theoretical model was insufficient. Dumbledore entered the Eastern engagement at 1:14 a.m., and the battle geometry changed. Tony had no framework for what he witnessed. He had descriptions afterward, Hermione's technical debrief, Moody's operational assessment, Fury's summary, and none of them fully captured the specific quality of it, which was a very old man moving through a battle with the complete absence of hurry, doing exactly as much as was needed and not one thing more, and the needed things being devastating. Tony hovered at 40 feet and watched Dumbledore dismantle 3 Death Eater positions in 6 minutes and thought, I want to understand how he does that. He sent a message to Jarvis. Log Dumbledore's movement patterns. Complete analysis. I want to talk to him about the mechanics when this is over. Jarvis sent back. Already logging, sir, By 2 a.m. the Death Eater assault was broken. 7 contained, 3 in retreat through an incomplete transit that Jarvis tracked until the signature dispersed. One who had surrendered to Moody with the expression of someone who had been reconsidering their life choices since approximately 12:30 a.m. The building was secure. The block perimeter was clear. Tony landed on the roof. He found Lupin on the roof. This was unexpected. Lupin had not been part of the operational plan, had been at Hogwarts at the start of the evening, had apparently transited through during the engagement, and Tony had lost track of him in the operational complexity. He was sitting on the roof access staircase housing, looking at the Manhattan skyline in the specific posture of someone who had done something physically and magically demanding, and was now occupying the territory on the other side of it. Tony sat beside him. They sat in silence for a while. "You came," Tony said. "Dumbledore sent word," Lupin said. "I came." Tony looked at the skyline. "Remus," Tony said. It was the first time he'd used the name they'd been Lupin and Stark through the Hogwarts visit, through the correspondence, through the relay conversations. Something in the night and the roof and the 3 a.m. quality of the silence made it feel like the right register. Lupin looked at him. "Tony," he said. They sat with that for a moment. "How is he?" Lupin said. He didn't specify. He didn't need to. "The procedure was this morning," Tony said. "It was clean, complete dispersal. He stopped. He said the storm was gone, that there was just sky." Lupin was quiet for a long time. "James used to say," Lupin said slowly, "that Harry had his mother's eyes." He looked at the skyline. "He did, he does. But the expression in them, the way he'd learned to look at the world that wasn't Lily, that was what happened to him." A pause. "I couldn't. Every time I looked at him I could see both things, the eyes and the expression, and I couldn't." He stopped. "You couldn't fix the expression," Tony said. "No," Lupin said. "I couldn't." He looked at the city. "Can you now?" Tony thought about the scanner bed, about just sky, about Harry eating lunch without the vigilance. "It's not fixed," Tony said. He thought about Doctor Ostroff and the slow work and the deliberate pace and the bolt on the door. "It's unfixing, slowly, the right way." "That's better than fixed," Lupin said. "Yes," Tony said. They looked at the city. "His parents would have loved you," Lupin said after a while. Tony looked at him. "Don't do that," Tony said, not unkindly, just clear. Lupin looked at him. "I mean it," Lupin said. Not as a consolation. I mean they would have looked at what you've built here and they would have." He stopped. "James would have wanted to understand how the suit worked. Lily would have wanted to understand the counter-resonance mechanism, and she would have understood it faster than most." He looked at the skyline. "They would have been grateful, past any word for grateful." Tony looked at the city. He thought about what Harry had said. "You're the reference point." "They can't be grateful," Tony said. "That's the thing. They can't. They aren't here, and the gratitude would have been theirs, and it doesn't transfer." He paused. "What's here is what's here. Harry, the 4 of them, tonight, the procedure this morning. All of it on its own, without it being in service of something that isn't present." Lupin looked at him. "You don't want it to be about them," Lupin said. "Not a criticism, an understanding." "It's not about them," Tony said. "It never was. It's about Harry, about who he is, about who he's becoming." He paused. "The parents they matter. They're part of his story. They're people I understand better every time he tells me something he remembers about them, which is rare, which makes each one." He stopped. "But the year wasn't for them. It was for him." Lupin was quiet. "Yes," he said. "That's the right way." They sat on the roof for a while. Below them, the city was doing the 3 a.m. thing, quieter than other hours, but not silent, never silent, the specific quality of a city that had decided long ago that sleep was optional and meaning was always available to anyone looking for it. "Remus," Tony said. "Yes, the thing you said to me in March about Harry trusting me." "Yes," Lupin said. "He told me something today," Tony said. "I'm not going to tell you what it was, but I want you to know the thing you said about what trust costs him. Today he stopped. Tried again. He spent something he's been holding a long time. Willingly, and it landed where it was supposed to." Lupin looked at him. His expression was the expression of someone receiving good news about a person they loved, with the specific quality of someone who had been worried for a long time and was now, carefully, beginning to be less worried. "Good," Lupin said. "Yeah," Tony said. They sat with it. "The year must have been," Lupin started. "The best year," Tony said, simply, without qualification. Lupin looked at him. "Yes," Tony said. "I know how that sounds, given everything, the Horcrux, the Death Eaters, tonight, all of it." He looked at the city. "Still the best year." Lupin smiled the tired, warm smile Tony had catalogued in March, but less tired than March. Something in it was lighter. "I believe you," Lupin said. They sat on the roof until 4 a.m. Then Tony said, "Come inside. Molly will have something." "Molly always has something," Lupin said, and stood up with the careful ease of someone whose body had been through considerable weather and maintained dignity regardless. They went inside. Molly had something. Of course she did. The kitchen was full of people, order members, SHIELD agents. The 4 kids who had apparently migrated from the lab to the kitchen, somewhere around 2 a.m., when Hermione's detection protocol confirmed the battle was won, and who were now at the kitchen table looking simultaneously exhausted and wired in the way of people who had been in a high-stakes situation and were coming down from it. Harry looked up when Tony came in. Tony looked at him. "You okay?" Tony said. "Yeah," Harry said. Then, "You, fine," Tony said. Harry looked at him for a moment with the direct quality of someone who was going to check that claim independently regardless. He apparently found it satisfactory. Neville fell asleep at the table. Harry said, with the quiet, fond quality he had when he was talking about something he'd watched happen and was glad about. "Ugh." Tony looked at Neville, who was indeed asleep, sitting up at the kitchen table with his head on his arms, with the complete unconcerned trust of someone who had decided this was a safe place to be unguarded. Tony looked at this for a long moment. "Don't wake him," Tony said. "Obviously," Harry said. Ron was at the counter with Molly, apparently being briefed on the operational debrief from her perspective, which included both tactical assessment and a comprehensive list of concerns about whether anyone had eaten adequately during the engagement. Ron was listening with the focused seriousness of a SHIELD liaison, and the expression of a son who understood that both things could be true simultaneously. Hermione was at the table with her notebook. The post-engagement documentation had apparently begun, which was Hermione's version of coming down from a high-stakes situation. Tony sat at the table. Lupin sat beside him. Molly put food in front of both of them. Lupin looked at the plate, then at Molly. "Thank you, Molly," he said. Molly looked at Lupin with the expression she wore for people she'd decided to take care of and had been worrying about. "You look better than last Christmas," she said. "I've had a better year," Lupin said. Molly's expression did the thing it did when someone she'd been worried about confirmed they were all right. "Good," she said. "Eat." Tony ate. Hermione documented. Ron debriefed with Molly. Harry sat at the table and drank his tea and looked at the kitchen with the expression that Tony had been learning to read all year. The one that didn't have a single name. The one that was made of many things: safety and belonging and the specific. Quiet fullness of someone who had arrived somewhere they'd been trying to find for a long time. Neville slept. The city moved outside, beginning its slow return from the 3 a.m. register toward the 5 a.m. register, which was different: more birds, less traffic, the specific quality of early morning that existed in the gap between night people and day people. Tony looked at the kitchen. He thought about 2 armies. He thought about the Order and SHIELD, and 11 Death Eaters and Dumbledore, dismantling 3 positions in 6 minutes. He thought about Molly's ferocity and Arthur's steady competence, and Moody's pre-positioned advantage, and Ron at the tactical display and Hermione's detection protocol, and Neville beside Harry on the lab couch. He thought about all the things that had come together tonight. He thought, this is what both worlds looks like when they have the same thing to protect. He thought, this is what family looks like at 4:30 a.m. in a kitchen. He thought, I am very tired and very glad, and I should probably sleep. Jarvis, he said quietly so as not to wake Neville. Sir, Jarvis said, equally quiet. Status. Building secure, perimeter clear, all residents accounted for, shield debrief scheduled for 10 a.m. Order members are distributed across the guest quarters on floors 48 through 50. A pause. You should sleep, sir. I know, Tony said. Before 5 a.m. would be advisable. I know, Tony said. I've told you before that knowing and doing are different things. I'm aware, Tony said. He sat at the kitchen table for another 10 minutes. He looked at his family, his specific, impossible, both worlds' family. The 4 kids and the Weasleys and Lupin eating quietly and Hermione with her notebook, and Neville asleep with complete trust. And he held the moment in the way he'd learned to hold things, completely. Without trying to keep them from moving, everything moved. That was the nature of things. But August 22nd at 4:30 a.m. in this kitchen had happened, and it was real, and it was going to have been real forever, regardless of what came next. He thought about both worlds, he thought, still real. I'm going to sleep, Tony said to the room. Harry looked up. Good, Harry said, with the flat sincerity of someone who had been wanting to say that for an hour and had been waiting for Tony to arrive at it independently. Tony stood up. He looked at Neville, still asleep at the table. He got the blanket from the couch in the living room, the one Neville had started leaving there in October. The specific, comfortable blanket that had migrated from his room to the couch to the kitchen over the course of months, and he put it over Neville's shoulders. Neville didn't wake. Tony went to bed. The city moved outside. The kitchen held its people. Somewhere above in the lab, the prototype sat cool and completed. The eviction was done. The sky was good. Chapter 22, after the debrief happened at 10 a.m. Tony had slept for 5 hours, which was more than he'd expected, and less than Molly had implied was acceptable when she'd handed him coffee at 9:45 a.m. with the expression of someone who had opinions about the quantity. He'd taken the coffee and the opinion and gone to the conference room, where Fury and Hill were already set up with the operational data, and Moody was in the corner looking at everything simultaneously with both eyes. The debrief was thorough. 2 hours. Systematic, the kind of after-action review that Tony had participated in enough to know the difference between one that was about accountability and one that was about learning. This was about learning. Fury ran it that way. What worked, what didn't, what would be different next time, what the data said versus what the on-the-ground experience said. Ron's tactical analysis was reviewed and assessed against the actual engagement. 3 of his 5 predicted approach vectors had been used. The 2 that hadn't been used were now logged as contingencies for any subsequent engagement, Fury said to the room. The tactical prediction accuracy was 60% on vector selection and 89% on force configuration. He paused. That's better than most professional intelligence assessments under comparable uncertainty. He looked at Ron. Ron looked back with the expression of someone receiving professional acknowledgement and deciding how to hold it with appropriate gravity. The 2 unused vectors, Ron said. I think the reason they weren't used is the pre-positioning Moody did on Vector 4. It eliminated one of the high-probability options, and the Death Eaters adapted in real time. Which means the next engagement, if there is one, they'll have integrated this data. Fury looked at Moody. Moody looked at Ron. He's right, Moody said. The next approach will be different. They're adaptive. What do we need to know about the adaptive parameters? Hill said. Ron and Moody looked at each other. The fact that Ron Weasley and Alastor Moody had found a working relationship somewhere in the past 10 days was something Tony had observed but not fully catalogued. Watching it in the debrief room, he understood it better. They were the same kind of intelligence, the same spatial and strategic orientation, operating in different frameworks and finding the overlap natural. I'll write it up, Moody said. The boy contributes the doctrine side, I'll contribute the field experience side. Ron looked at Moody. Yeah, Ron said. That works. Fury nodded once. Tony watched this and thought about the 99th percentile and about what it meant to finally give a specific intelligence the specific framework it was built for. He thought about telling Ron that afterward. He thought about Ron's face when he heard it. He decided it could wait until it was just the two of them, because some things landed better without an audience. The Ministry of Magic's formal response arrived via Dumbledore at noon. Tony was in the lab when Dumbledore came in with a scroll, an actual scroll, parchment, which Tony had gotten used to over the past year, but which still produced a small private amusement every time, and the expression of someone who had read the contents and found them simultaneously predictable and irritating. "The Ministry," Dumbledore said, "has issued a formal statement acknowledging the Manhattan engagement as their phrase unauthorized incursion by dark magical entities into non-magical sovereign territory, and has expressed its commitment to pursuing accountability through established interdimensional channels." Tony looked at him. "They're taking credit," Tony said. "They are attempting to position themselves as having had operational awareness of the engagement," Dumbledore said, "which is creative given that they were informed after the fact." "Madam Bones," Tony said. "Madam Bones," Dumbledore said, with the quality of someone choosing words carefully, "has filed a separate internal memorandum that is rather more honest about the sequence of events. I've been shown a copy." He paused. "She's also formally requested that the counter-resonance research be shared with the Department of Mysteries for the purpose of developing additional Horcrux countermeasures." Tony looked at the prototype. "Hermione's name on everything," Tony said. "Full attribution. If the Ministry wants the research, they work with the research team, which includes an 11-year-old who is the primary architect of the algorithm." "I will communicate that position," Dumbledore said, with the quality of someone who found the position entirely correct and slightly entertaining. "And the other Horcruxes," Tony said. "Yours, the hunting." Dumbledore looked at the prototype. "The framework you've developed," Dumbledore said, "changes what's possible. The detection capability alone, Jarvis's resonance scanning, adapted for field use, could locate the remaining objects in weeks rather than months." He paused. "I would like to discuss a collaboration." "You have the project access," Tony said. "Same framework, same team, we work it together." "The Ministry may have concerns about—" "The Ministry," Tony said, "does not have a vote in how I run my research. The Ministry can read the papers when they're published." Dumbledore looked at him. The twinkly eyes were doing the thing they did when Dumbledore found something amusing and was not going to say so directly. "Very well," he said. "And Dumbledore," Tony said. "Yes. The other Horcruxes. When we find them, I want to know before the Ministry, before anyone. Because Harry is going to want to know that the rest of them are gone, and that conversation happens here with us, not through a Ministry press release." Dumbledore looked at him. "Yes," he said. "That's right." Tony nodded. "Thursday," he said. "Bring what you have on the remaining objects. We'll build the detection protocol." "Thursday," Dumbledore confirmed. He rolled up the Ministry scroll with the expression of someone filing a document in the category of administratively necessary and largely irrelevant. He left. Tony sat in the lab and looked at the prototype. He thought about the remaining Horcruxes. He thought about the framework that had been built in this room over the past year and what it could do when it was pointed at a new problem. He thought, "We're not done." He thought, "Good." The order left on Thursday. Not all at once, the debrief work, and the Ministry coordination, and the logistics of moving 12 people back through dimensional transit took 2 days to organize. Moody left first, with the efficiency of someone who had a standing policy against lingering in one place. Hestia Jones and 2 others left Wednesday evening. The remaining Order members cleared by Thursday noon. Arthur Weasley spent his last morning in the tower in the lab with Tony, asking questions about the repulsor technology that ranged from deeply insightful to charmingly foundational to occasionally so specific that Tony stopped mid-answer and looked at him with new respect. "You know more about electricity than you let on," Tony said at one point. Arthur looked slightly embarrassed and slightly pleased. "I've been studying," Arthur said. "Muggle electronics, self-directed." He paused. "The Ministry discourages it. The statute, you know, but the underlying physics is—" He stopped. "Is extraordinary, the way stored charge—" "Yeah," Tony said, "it is." Arthur looked at the arc reactor display on the secondary screen. The miniaturized power source, Arthur said. In your chest, the charge it maintains sustained arc, Tony said. Miniaturized plasma containment. The magnetic field is the engineering challenge, keeping the arc stable at that scale without they talked for 2 hours. At the end, Arthur shook Tony's hand and said, I want to build something. Tony looked at him. When this is settled, Arthur said. The dimensional situation is the relay is wonderful. It's made everything possible, but I want to understand the mechanism. I want to build something that works on both ends, something that uses both. He paused. Muggle electronics and magical field interaction, your framework. My familiarity with the interaction. Tony thought about the rubber duck screensaver, about the tablet and the Wingardium Leviosa, about magical fields interacting with EM-shielded hardware in ways that were scientifically significant. When this is settled, Tony said, come back. We'll build something. Arthur's expression was the refrigerator expression, the first morning expression, but more. It was the expression of someone who had been given permission to be exactly who they were. Thank you, Tony, he said. Tony looked at him. Arthur, he said. Thank you for raising Ron. Arthur looked at him, something in his face, the warm, direct, wondering quality that was the source of Ron's most fundamental qualities, went full and still. Arthur started. I know, Tony said. I know who he is. I wanted you to know I know. Arthur Weasley put his hand briefly on Tony's shoulder. He didn't say anything else. He didn't need to. Molly was the last to leave. She stayed through Thursday, and then Friday. And by Saturday, Tony had stopped mentally categorizing her presence as temporary and had simply begun including her in the building's routine, which she appeared to have done from her end already. She and Harry had circled each other for 4 days. Tony had watched this from the appropriate distance, which was close enough to understand and far enough to give it space. Molly knew Harry's history. She'd known it since a train platform, had been worrying since then, had been feeding and mothering in the adjacent way that was possible when the child wasn't yours, and the situation was complicated. Harry knew Molly through Ron, through December, through the relay calls Tony had had, through the image of a person who had come to a difficult city in a difficult situation, and fought for the building that held her son. They knew each other in that way, but they hadn't been properly introduced. Not really. Not yet. It happened on Friday evening. Tony didn't orchestrate it. He'd thought about orchestrating it, and then thought about what Harry had said, you're the reference point, and understood that some things shouldn't be orchestrated because the orchestration would make them about the orchestration rather than about themselves. He was in the lab. Harry came in at 7 p.m. and stood in the doorway and said, Molly's in the kitchen. I know, Tony said. She's making tea, Harry said. She asked if I wanted some. Tony looked up. Did you say yes? Tony said. I said yes, Harry said. And then I came to tell you because he paused. Because you wanted to tell someone, Tony said. Yeah, Harry said. Tony looked at him. Go have tea, Tony said. Harry went. Tony worked. 45 minutes later, Harry came back to the lab with the expression of someone who had been given something they hadn't known how to ask for and didn't yet know what to do with. He sat in the corner chair. He was quiet for a while. Tony worked. He waited. She talked about Ron, Harry said. His first year at Hogwarts, the things he didn't tell us. A pause. She said she worried about me. She's been worrying about me since King's Cross. She said he stopped. She said she sent the jumper in first year because she didn't know what else to do from where she was, and she wanted me to know someone was thinking about me. Tony looked at the workbench. The Christmas jumper was in Harry's wardrobe upstairs. It had moved with him from Hogwarts through the dimensional transit to the tower, where it had occupied the second shelf with the particular permanence of a thing that had been specifically kept. She didn't have to tell me that, Harry said. No, Tony said. She didn't. She told me anyway. That's who she is, Tony said. Harry sat with this. She said. His voice had the quality of someone who was going to say something that mattered and was taking the time it deserved. She said that a child having more people who love them is never a bad thing. That it doesn't divide anything. It adds. He paused. She said she hoped I knew that whatever I had here was fully mine and wasn't borrowed from somewhere and didn't come at the cost of anything. Tony set down his tool. He looked at Harry. Harry was looking at his hands. She's right, Tony said. I know, Harry said. I've been working on knowing it. He looked up. She said the same thing about you, that having more people who, he stopped, tried again. That you having people wasn't borrowed either, that it added. Tony looked at him. He thought about Molly at the stove on the first morning. He thought about the soup recipe with measurements. He thought about for Tony. Thank you for the soup conversation. He thought about a woman who had been paying attention for a long time and had found the exact right thing to say to two people simultaneously. She's very good at this, Tony said. Yeah, Harry said. She is. They were quiet for a while, Tony, Harry said. Yeah, the jumper, Harry said. The one from first year. She said she'd make me a new one with my initial for Christmas. Tony looked at him. Harry's expression was doing the many things at once thing, the receiving something large thing. I've never had a Christmas jumper, Harry said. With my own initial. He paused. She made Ron's with an R. She said she'd make mine with an H. Tony looked at the corner chair, at the person in it. He thought about all the simple things that had been complicated, all the ordinary things that had been inaccessible, all the small specific markers of being a person who was wanted that Harry had gone without for 11 years. He thought. An H, he thought. Yes. She'll send it in December. Tony said, or you could be there when she makes it. Harry looked at him. Could I? Harry said. The burrow, Tony said. We talked about going. The both worlds arrangement, the holidays are flexible. He paused. If you wanted to, Harry held his gaze. Could you come? Harry said. Tony looked at his workbench. At the prototype, cool and completed. At the photograph. At the corner chair with the person in it who had asked this question as simply as breathing, with the ease of someone who had decided they were allowed to want things and were practicing wanting them. Yes, Tony said. Yeah, Harry said. Yes, Tony said. I'd like to see where Ron came from. Harry's expression did the thing. Ron's going to be insufferable about it, Harry said. Ron is already insufferable about most things, Tony said. In a good way. Yeah, Harry said. He looked at the lab. Tony, he said. Yeah, after the procedure today. He paused. Yesterday, I mean, it keeps feeling like it just happened. It did just happen, Tony said. It feels every time I think about the storm being gone, it's like the first time I've thought it, like the information is still. He shook his head. Dr. Ostroff says that's normal, that large things take time to fully arrive. She's right, Tony said. It's strange, Harry said. Feeling normal about something strange. Tony thought about this. That's what it means for things to become normal, Tony said. The first time is always the time when you're still adjusting. Then it's just true. And you feel normal about something that used to be strange because you've had time to let it be real. Harry looked at the lab. The eviction is real, Harry said. Yes, Tony said. The both worlds arrangement is real. Yes. The permanent guardianship is real. Yes. Harry was quiet. The H on the jumper is real, he said. Tony looked at him. Yes, Tony said. That too. Harry sat in the corner chair with the quality of someone sitting still inside something large and letting it be large. Tony went back to work. The lab was quiet in the good way. Somewhere below, in the kitchen, Molly Weasley was making tea for the building with the specific generosity of someone who had decided this was her kitchen too, which Tony had decided some time ago and was now confirmed. Somewhere above, Ron was playing a correspondence chess game with Marcus, who had apparently gotten significantly better over the summer and was giving Ron genuine competition for the first time, a development Ron had described as deeply satisfying and slightly alarming. Somewhere on the floor with the window boxes, Neville was writing the methodology section of the second paper, the one on magical resonance in mycelial networks, which had been growing steadily since July and which was going to be better than the first one. Hermione was at her desk, comparing the post-procedure data against the theoretical model, and had found a third discrepancy that she was now building into a refinement of the counter-resonance framework, which she'd told Tony this morning was going to make the whole system approximately 12% more efficient. Tony worked at his workbench. Harry sat in the corner chair. Outside, Manhattan went about its Friday evening. Inside, the building held its people, all of them, all at once. Both worlds present in the same building in the way that had become simply the shape of things, as ordinary and irreducible as a Tuesday in August. Molly left Saturday morning, the transit point at 8 a.m. Dumbledore, who was staying through the weekend for the detection protocol work, came with them to the park. Molly hugged Hermione first, with the specific precision of someone who understood exactly what this girl needed and was giving it. She said something into Hermione's hair that Tony didn't hear, and that Hermione received with the expression of someone being handed something they'd been waiting for. She hugged Neville with the specific warmth of someone who had watched him for 4 days and understood what had happened to him this year and was glad about it. She hugged Ron for a long time without saying anything, which was its own form of saying everything. She looked at Harry. Harry looked at her. She stepped forward and she put her hands on either side of his face briefly, gently, the specific gesture of someone who had wanted to do something for a very long time and was finally in the right place to do it. She said, "I'll have the H done by October." Harry looked at her. "Thank you," he said. "Don't thank me," she said, in the warm, specific way that was Molly's version of "stop thanking me," which Tony recognized as his own version and found he had opinions about. "You're owed it. You were always owed it." Harry held her gaze. "Okay," he said. She dropped her hands. She looked at Tony. Tony looked at her. She walked forward and she hugged him with the same quality as the first time, complete, substantial, entirely without ambiguity, and she said into his shoulder, "You call me." "I will," Tony said, "when you don't sleep properly. When you don't eat. When something is happening and you think you shouldn't need to tell someone." Tony looked at the oak tree. "Those are the specific conditions," he said. "Those are exactly the conditions," she said. She stepped back. She looked at him with the expression that had been developing across the relay conversations and the first morning in the kitchen and every meal and this week, the expression of someone who had made a decision and was at peace with it. "Tony," she said. "Molly," he said, "the burrow at Christmas." She said, "I mean it, all of you, there's room." "We'll be there," Tony said. She smiled. She turned to the transit point. She went through. Tony stood at the oak tree in the September morning with 4 kids and Dumbledore, and the specific quality of aftermath, the space that opens when something large has concluded and the ordinary continues. Ron looked at the transit point. He stood there for a moment. Then he looked at Tony. "Christmas," Ron said. "Christmas," Tony confirmed. Ron nodded. He looked at the park, the morning light, the September chill, the oak tree, the ordinary Manhattan morning going about its business. "Right," he said. "What are we doing today?" Harry said. "I want to finish the 2nd volume. Hermione said, "I want to run the 12% efficiency calculation with Bruce." Neville said, "The mycological papers methodology section, and Mr. Arcaffer." Ron looked at Tony. "I'm making breakfast," Ron said. "Before any of that." Tony looked at the transit point. He looked at the 4 of them. He thought about the H on the jumper. He thought about Thursday and the detection protocol and the remaining Horcruxes. He thought about the burrow at Christmas and Arthur wanting to build something and Lupin on the roof at 3 a.m. He thought about all of it. "Breakfast first," he said. "Then everything else." They walked back to the car. The city was beginning its Saturday. The building was waiting. The work was waiting. Both worlds were real and present and navigable by people who had decided they were allowed to have both. Tony drove. The morning held. Chapter 23. The burrow at Christmas. The detection protocol took 6 weeks. Tony and Dumbledore and Hermione built it in the lab across October and November, with Bruce on the remote feed 3 days a week, and Jarvis running the simulation backbone, and Harry providing phenomenological data from the inside experience of having had a Horcrux that was now absent the negative space was. It turned out as informative as the presence had been. The protocol worked on a different principle than the counter-resonance generator. The counter-resonance was a key precise, calibrated, built for one specific lock. The detection protocol was a scanner broader, less precise, looking for the resonance signature of a bound fragment in whatever object or entity it happened to inhabit. The sensitivity problem was significant. A Horcrux in an object read differently than a Horcrux in a living host. The binding geometry was similar, but the substrate was different organic tissue versus mineral or metal, or the various materials Voldemort had apparently used, which Dumbledore catalogued with the systematic thoroughness of someone who had been hunting this specific problem for 30 years. "A diary," Dumbledore said one evening in late October, laying out what he knew. "A ring, a locket, a cup, a diadem, and one more that I have not been able to identify." Tony looked at the list. 6 objects, he said. "Plus Harry, 7 total." "7," Dumbledore said. "The intent was 7. "The diary," Tony said. "You said it was already destroyed." "By Harry in his 2nd year," Dumbledore said. "Yes." Tony looked at Harry. Harry was in the corner chair. He had the particular expression he wore when information was arriving that he'd known in outline and was now receiving in detail, not overwhelmed, just present, letting it land fully. "The ring," Dumbledore said. "I found and destroyed it last year." The process, the conventional magical method, was not without cost. He looked at his hand, which Tony had noticed had a specific quality of damage about it that he'd never asked about directly. The stone in the ring was a separate artifact of significance. Complex. Tony looked at Dumbledore's hand. "He filed this under things I want to understand better later. The locket, the cup, the diadem," Tony said, "and the unknown one." "Yes. The detection protocol," Tony said. "If it works, it finds them. Then what?" Dumbledore looked at the prototype. Tony looked at Dumbledore. "Can the counter-resonance generator be adapted?" Dumbledore said. "For objects rather than hosts. Different calibration," Tony said. "But the principle is the same, the binding frequency, the absorption approach." He looked at Hermione. Hermione was already running the calculation. "The substrate variance," she said, without looking up. "Object versus host. The binding geometry is similar, but the frequency range shifts based on material properties. We'd need to run a separate calibration for each object once the detection protocol locates them." She paused. "But the algorithm is adaptable. The tracking mechanism is the same. It's primarily a calibration problem." "How long per object?" Tony said. "Days," Hermione said. "Not months. Once we have the detection data on the specific object, the calibration should be much faster than the original. We know the mechanism now. We're not discovering it from scratch." Tony looked at the list. 4 remaining objects, days each, 6 weeks for the detection protocol. "By spring," Tony said. "Possibly by February," Hermione said, "if the detection protocol performs as modeled." Dumbledore looked at the list. He looked at it the way Harry had looked at the prototype in the early days, with the expression of someone encountering proof that something they'd needed was real. "I've been hunting these for 30 years, he said. "Different tools," Tony said. "Yes." Dumbledore said, "Different tools." He looked at Tony. "You said that before." "It's still true," Tony said. The detection protocol was completed on November 19th. It found the locket in 3 hours. The cup took 6 hours. The diadem took 4. The unknown object, which turned out to be a snake, which produced a 40-minute conversation between Tony and Dumbledore and Hermione about the specific challenge of performing the counter-resonance procedure on a living entity that was not the primary target, and was also approximately 6 feet long, and venomous, took 9 hours to locate. Each destruction took between 2 and 4 days of calibration and approximately 90 minutes of procedure. Tony ran them all. Hermione was at the algorithm console for each one. Dumbledore handled the containment. Jarvis ran diagnostics. Bruce was on the remote feed. The snake was the most complex. The procedure required a containment approach that kept the living host stable during the dispersal, which required adaptations to the protocol that Tony and Hermione developed over 3 days of intensive work that produced, as a byproduct, a significant improvement to the overall framework. The snake survived. Dumbledore looked at it afterward with an expression Tony couldn't fully read. "It was not the snake's fault," Dumbledore said. "No," Tony said. "It wasn't. She'll need to be somewhere safe." "Jarvis can find an appropriate reptile sanctuary," Tony said. "Jarvis did." The snake went to a wildlife sanctuary in Vermont that specialized in large constrictors, which was not precisely accurate for a magical British snake, but was the closest available option. And Neville, who had developed opinions about the snake over the course of the procedure days. In the way, Neville developed opinions about living things visited twice before Christmas to ensure she was settling. The last Horcrux was destroyed on December 18th. Tony logged it in the eviction file, which he'd expanded to cover the full project, December 18. Final dispersal. All fragments accounted for. Protocol complete. He sat at the workbench for a while. He thought about the year and a half. He thought about the first scan in September of last year, the folded resonance geometry, the moment he'd understood what he was looking at. He thought about building the key. He sent a message to Bruce. Done. Final dispersal complete. Bruce replied in 40 seconds. All of them. All of them, Tony sent back. Bruce's reply took longer this time. When it came, it said, "Good." "That's good, Tony." Tony looked at the lab, at the prototype on the workbench, which had been used 6 times now and had held perfectly each time, at the corner chair, at the photograph. At the window boxes, December sparse, Neville's end-of-year pruning having brought them back to a form that would flourish in spring. "Jarvis," Tony said. "Sir." "Close the eviction file." A pause. "Closed, sir," Jarvis said. "The file is archived. All of it, all of it." Cross-referenced with the published papers and the detection protocol documentation and the academic correspondence. A pause. "It's quite comprehensive, sir. One of the more significant research archives in the system." Tony looked at the prototype. "Open a new file," he said. "What shall I call it?" Tony thought about the remaining work, the ongoing Horcrux prevention research Madam Bones had requested, the magical technological communication infrastructure Arthur wanted to build, the second Neville paper, Hermione's counter-resonance efficiency work, the continued both worlds coordination, Harry's engineering education, Ron's tactical framework development. He thought about what came next. "Call it after," he said. "Done, sir." Tony looked at the lab. He went to find the kids. They went to the Barrow on December 23rd. All 5 of them, Tony, Harry, Hermione, Ron, Neville, transiting through the Riverside Park Point with 4 trunks, 1 propagation case, and Tony's single overnight bag, which Molly had made clear via the relay was insufficient, and which Tony had not expanded on principle. Dumbledore met them at the British end and walked them the last quarter-mile to the village of Ottery St. Catchpole, which Tony catalogued with the attention of someone encountering a new environment type. The burrow was visible from the lane. Tony looked at it for a moment. It was the word that came to him was improbable. Not in the Hogwarts sense of a thing that should not stand, but was standing through magical intervention. The burrow had a different quality. It looked like a thing that had grown rather than been built, story by story and room by room and extension by extension, following the logic of a family rather than the logic of architecture. Towers at angles that suggested afterthought. A garden that had clearly been whatever it needed to be for 30 years rather than designed. A gate that was slightly too small for the path it was on, a light in every window. Tony looked at the light in every window. He thought about a building that blazed. Ron was already through the gate, moving with the specific quality of someone returning to a place that had shaped them, and the front door opened before he reached it, and there were people everywhere suddenly, Fred and George, who Tony recognized from their photographs, and who were exactly as described, simultaneously and identically delighted, and a taller red-headed figure who must be Bill, and a more serious one who must be Percy, and Charlie, who had a burn on his forearm that suggested dragons were as real as advertised, and Molly in the doorway. She looked at Ron coming up the path with his trunk, and she opened her arms, and Ron walked into them, and the specific quality of that, the homecoming of it, complete and unambiguous, was the kind of thing that Tony looked at sideways, because looking directly would require feeling something he wasn't prepared to feel in a garden gate in December. He looked at the house. He looked at the light in every window. He thought, this is where Ron came from. He understood, standing there, something he'd understood in pieces and was now understanding whole. Ron's soup from memory. Ron's tactical intelligence that had never been told it was intelligence. Ron's capacity to hug without reservation. Ron's understanding that love was made practical by showing up and cooking and being there. All of it had a source. The source was this improbable building with light in every window and a gate that was slightly too small. Harry was beside him. Tony looked at Harry. Harry was looking at the burrow with the expression of someone encountering something they'd known about and had not been prepared for. "It's real," Harry said. "It is," Tony said. "It's the realest thing I've ever seen," Harry said, which was not a logical statement and was completely accurate. "Yeah," Tony said. Molly had finished with Ron and was coming down the path. She reached Tony and she hugged him and she said, "You brought them?" "I said I would," Tony said. "You did," she said. "Come in, you're letting the cold in." The burrow at Christmas was an experience that could not be fully prepared for. Tony had been in many environments in his life: boardrooms, laboratories, war zones, alien invasion aftermath, the specific social ecosystem of a charity gala, the inside of a wormhole. None of these had prepared him for the burrow at Christmas with all of the Weasley children present. It was loud. Not Manhattan loud different. Manhattan loud was mechanical and external and always slightly impersonal. This was loud in the way of a space that was completely occupied by people who knew each other completely and were not performing anything, where conversations overlapped, and the kitchen was always full of something, and someone was always laughing at something someone else had said 2 rooms away. Fred and George had immediately adopted Tony as a resource. "You build things," Fred said within 4 minutes of introduction. "Exploding things," George added. "With science." "With engineering," Tony said. "Is there a difference?" Fred said. "Yes," Tony said, "but not always." Fred and George looked at each other. "We have questions," George said. "Many questions," Fred said. "About the reaction threshold," George said, "of certain magical components." "When exposed to," Fred said, "electromagnetic fields." Tony looked at them. He thought about the tablet and the Wingardium Leviosa. He thought about what Fred and George Weasley could do with that information. He thought about what they could do with it regardless of whether he told them. "Tomorrow," he said, "bring what you're working on. We'll talk about the threshold." The expressions on their faces were identical and comprehensive. "Arthur," Molly said from the kitchen doorway to no one in particular, "I told you not to let them talk to Tony unsupervised." "I didn't," Arthur started. "You absolutely did," Molly said. Christmas Eve was the full family. Tony sat at the Weasley table, which had been extended by magic to fit 14 people, and experienced the specific quality of a meal that had been made with complete attention by someone who cooked the way Molly cooked, and was shared by people who were entirely themselves in each other's company. Percy sat to Tony's left and asked questions about Stark Industries' regulatory framework with the focused interest of someone whose natural habitat was policy, and who found this genuinely fascinating. And Tony answered all of them properly, because Percy was asking properly and deserved a proper answer. Charlie sat across from Tony and talked about dragons with the specific enthusiasm of someone whose primary relationship was with large magical reptiles, and who had found, perhaps for the first time, an adult who was not going to ask whether that was really a stable career choice. Bill sat at the end and watched the table with the quality of an eldest child who had been doing this longest, managing the room, tracking the dynamics, understanding the full picture. He looked at Tony once with the specific assessment of someone who had been watching from the doorway and had reached a conclusion. "You're good for them," Bill said. During a quieter moment, Tony looked at him. "Which them?" Tony said. Bill looked at the table at Ron, who was in the middle of a story that had Fred and George both laughing, who was lit up and present and occupying his full space. At Harry beside Arthur, listening to something about the Muggle Artifacts office with complete genuine interest. At Hermione, talking to Percy about something that had both of them engaged. At Neville, who had found his way to the end of the table near Molly, and was listening to her describe a particular recipe challenge. With the focused attention he gave growing things, the attention of someone for whom care made visible was always worth understanding. "All of them," Bill said. Tony looked at the table. "They're good for me," Tony said. "That's the mechanism." Bill looked at him. "Yeah," Bill said, "that's how it works." Harry got his jumper on Christmas morning. Molly handed it to him at the breakfast table, red, soft, the particular quality of something made by hand with attention with an H on the front in gold. Harry held it. He looked at it for a moment. He looked at Ron, who had his R jumper on already and was eating toast with the expression of someone who had always known this was going to happen and was glad to have been right. Harry put the jumper on. It fit. Of course it fit. Molly's jumpers always fit. That was part of their specific magic. The way things made with that quality of attention always did. Harry sat at the Weasley breakfast table in a red Christmas jumper with an H on it and ate toast and drank tea and looked at the kitchen, the improbable kitchen full of the full improbable family, with the expression of someone living fully inside a moment they'd needed for a very long time. Tony was across the table. Harry looked at him. Tony looked at Harry. Tony raised his tea mug. Harry raised his. The Weasley kitchen moved around them. Fred and George were already arguing about something. Molly was making more toast. Arthur was asking Neville about propagation timing. Hermione had apparently gotten into a conversation with Percy about the Ministry of Magic's educational funding framework. Ron was eating with the specific dedication of someone who had been cooking for months and was glad to be cooked for. The light in every window. Tony thought, "This is the full picture." He thought, "This is what both worlds looks like from the inside." He thought about the astronomy tower and the Manhattan balcony and the Riverside Park oak tree and the lab. He thought about all the places that were both. He thought, "You can belong everywhere you decide to belong." "Tony," Neville said from the end of the table. Tony looked at him. "The Burrow Garden," Neville said. "Arthur showed me. There's a corner that's been, well, it's been a bit abandoned for a few years." He paused. "I was thinking in spring, if we come for Easter, we could start something." Tony looked at him. "A project?" Tony said. "A garden," Neville said. "Real one." "That stays." Tony thought about window boxes. He thought about the school garden and Mr. Ackaffer and the lavender on the left. He thought about a garden that stayed. "Yes," Tony said. "Spring." Neville nodded, already planning. Molly set a plate in front of Tony. He looked at the plate. He looked at Molly. "Eat," she said. "I was about to," Tony said. "You were about to think about something," Molly said. "That's different." Tony looked at the plate. He ate. The kitchen held its Christmas. The light held in every window. Both worlds were real and present and navigable and full. They stayed through the 27th. On the morning of the 28th, at the transit point in a field behind the Burrow, Tony stood in the cold with 4 kids and Molly and Arthur and the full Weasley sibling contingent that had assembled to see them off. Molly hugged Tony last. She said, "January, the relay, call me." "I will," Tony said. "When you don't sleep," she said. "When I don't sleep," Tony said. "When you eat at the bench instead of the table." "When I eat at the bench," Tony said. "When something happens and you think you don't need to tell someone." Tony looked at the field, at the Burrow visible from here, light in the windows even in the morning. "Yes," Tony said. "Those are the conditions." Molly looked at him with the expression that was specifically deployed for "you don't have to pretend with me." "Tony," she said. "Molly," he said. "You're one of mine now," she said, simply. Entirely without drama, the tone of someone stating a fact that had been true for a while and was simply being acknowledged. "That's just how it is." Tony looked at her. He thought about a lot of things. He said, "Thank you." She hugged him again. He went through the transit. The tower was waiting, the window boxes. The chess set mid-game, the corner chair, the prototype on the workbench, the after file open on the display. Jarvis saying "Welcome home" in the specific way that meant the building knew who belonged in it. Tony stood in the lab. He thought about light in windows. He opened the after file. He looked at the current entries, the detection protocol work, the ongoing research, the both worlds coordination logs, the school records, the therapy progress notes, the published papers. He opened a new section. He labeled it Christmas. He wrote one line, the H fits, he thought about it. Added one more, the burrow has light in every window. This is where Ron came from. Now I know. He looked at the corner chair. He looked at the photograph on the workbench, the four of them in the lab, their corners, the image of a specific evening. He looked at both. He went to the kitchen and made tea. He sat at the table and drank it, not at the bench. He thought about what came next the spring term, the garden at the burrow, the after file filling with new entries, the ongoing ordinary work of a life that was both worlds and all of it simultaneously. He thought about improbable buildings with light in every window. He thought, home is a thing you build toward, he thought. I have been building toward it, he thought. I'm in it. He drank his tea. Outside, Manhattan blazed on. Inside, the building held its specific warmth, waiting for the sounds it knew, four people coming back to their corners, the chess game resuming, the window boxes under Neville's hands, the algorithm running, Harry in the corner chair with the engineering textbook. January, spring. The burrow at Easter, all of it ahead. Tony sat at the kitchen table in the building that was home and thought about everything that was real. It was quite a lot, he thought. Good, he finished his tea, he went back to work. Chapter 24. What stays? Epilogue. Spring came to both worlds simultaneously, which was not a magical occurrence, but simply the nature of spring. It arrived whether or not you were ready for it. Pushed up through whatever was on top of it. Made its specific insistence known through the particular quality of light that appeared one morning and did not leave. Tony noticed it on a Tuesday in March. He was in the lab at 6 a.m., and the light coming through the windows was different from the February light, and he stood at the workbench and looked at it for a moment before understanding what it was. Then he went to make coffee and found Neville already in the kitchen, standing at the window boxes with both hands cupped around a mug, looking at the lavender with the expression of someone who had been waiting for something and had just seen the first sign of it. "It's starting," Neville said. "Yeah," Tony said. Neville touched one of the lavender stems gently. "The burrow garden," he said. "Easter is 6 weeks." "I know," Tony said. "I've been planning it," Neville said. "Since December I have a full scheme." "Show me," Tony said. Neville showed him. It was Tony looked at the botanical drawings, the soil amendment plan, the planting schedule, the 3-year projection. It was a proper design. Not a child's garden plan. A considered horticultural design that accounted for the specific properties of the burrow's soil, which Neville had apparently been corresponding with Arthur about since January, and for the magical field interaction with plant growth, which was a section of the second paper's research now put to practical application. "Neville," Tony said. "Yes, this is excellent work." Neville looked at the plans. He nodded, not deflecting, not hedging. "I know," he said. Tony looked at him. This, the simple reception of accurate information about himself, without the apology, without the qualification, was the thing that had been growing all year. It was in the way he stood, the way he looked at people directly, the way he brought the plans to show Tony without being asked and without preemptively minimizing them. First instinct, don't change it. "Right," Tony said. "Let's talk soil amendment timing." They talked for an hour. The adoption papers arrived in March. Not unexpectedly, Mulroney had been working toward this since the permanent guardianship was confirmed in January, and the timeline had been clear. But papers arriving and papers being expected were different experiences, and Tony held the envelope for a moment before he opened it. He opened it at the kitchen table. He read through all of it: Mulroney's covering letter, the formal petition documents, the court scheduling information, the specific legal language that turned a fact into a recognized thing. He read it twice. He set it on the table. He thought about what to do with it. The question of how to tell them, whether to tell them, when, in what context, had been something he'd been considering since December. He'd thought about the right moment, the right framing, the right words. He'd been overthinking it. He picked up the papers. He walked into the living room where all four of them were Saturday morning, the specific Saturday quality of people being where they wanted to be without obligation. Ron and Harry mid-chess, Hermione on the sofa with the refinement paper. Neville at the coffee table with the Easter garden plans. Tony sat on the arm of the sofa. He held up the papers. "Adoption papers," he said. "Mulroney filed. We have a court date in May." 4 faces looked at him. He looked at all of them. "Same as December," he said. "The choice is yours. This is what I want, all 4 of you, officially, permanently." "But you tell me what you want," Ron said. "I already told you in December." "Same answer," Tony said. "Same answer," Ron said. "Yes," Hermione said. "Yes," without qualification, without preamble, in the voice she used when something was simply and completely true. Neville said, "Yes," with the certainty that had been building all year, the certainty of someone who had decided to trust his instincts, and this was an instinct he trusted completely. Harry said nothing. Everyone looked at Harry. Harry was looking at the papers. Tony waited. Harry had the quality he had when something was arriving that he'd known was coming and was still finding larger than he'd expected. He looked at Tony. He said, "Both worlds! Both worlds!" Tony said. "The Weasleys are still the Weasleys," Tony said. "Nothing changes what's already real. This adds." Harry looked at the papers. He said quietly, "The H fits." Tony looked at him. Harry looked up. "Yes," Harry said. Tony looked at the 4 of them. He thought about what he wanted to say. He said, "Okay," because that was Harry's word, the word that meant, "I believe the pattern. I'm choosing to trust it. I'm letting myself have this, and it seemed right to give it back." Harry's mouth did the thing. Ron had already returned to the chess game. Hermione had returned to the paper. Neville had returned to the Easter garden plans. Tony sat on the arm of the sofa with the adoption papers and the specific quality of a Saturday morning in March in a building that was home, and he thought, "This is what ordinary looks like when you've built it carefully." He went back to the kitchen. He called Mulroney. He called Molly. Molly said, "Finally," and then cried, and then said, "Arthur." Tony called, and there was a muffled sound of Arthur reacting in the background that Tony couldn't fully parse, but which had the quality of someone who was very glad. He called Bruce. He called Pepper, who said, "I know, Mulroney told me. I've been waiting for you to call." And then, "Tony, I'm glad." "Me too," Tony said. He called Dumbledore, who said, with the warmth of a man who had lived a long life and understood what it meant for things to end correctly, "Congratulations, Tony, to all of you." He did not call Fury, because Fury would find out through channels and would send a brief message that said something like Stark, and Tony would know what it meant. The message came 40 minutes later. It said, "Stark." Tony looked at it. He sent back, "Fury." 3 minutes passed. Fury sent, "Good." Tony looked at this. He sent back, "Yeah." He put his phone down. He went back to the lab. The court date was May 14th. It went the way these things went when they were right, methodically, precisely, the legal system performing its function of recognizing facts that were already true. Mulroney was as prepared as she had been in December. The judge was a different judge from the guardianship hearing, a man in his 60s with reading glasses and the patient thoroughness of someone who took his work seriously. He reviewed the documents. He looked at the 4 kids who were sitting in the gallery with the composed presence of people who had decided this was important and were treating it accordingly. He looked at Tony. He said, "Mr. Stark, you understand the permanent nature of this commitment?" "Yes," Tony said. "And you're prepared to undertake?" "Yes," Tony said. The judge looked at him. "You're certain?" the judge said. Tony looked at the 4 kids. Harry, who had the engineering textbook in his bag because he'd been reading it on the car ride and had brought it in, and Mulroney had given him a look, and he'd kept it anyway. Hermione, who had a notebook out and was writing something that was either notes on the proceedings or the next section of the efficiency paper, because with Hermione, these were not mutually exclusive. Ron, who was sitting with his arms folded and his leg bouncing with the contained energy of someone who had too much spatial intelligence for the activity of sitting still, and was managing it through sheer commitment. Neville, who was sitting straight and certain and looking at the room with the direct gaze of someone who had decided to trust their instincts and whose instinct said this was right. Tony looked at all of them. He thought about everything that had been built. He thought, this is the engineering part. This is the part where you look at what you've built and say, yes, this is what I intended, this is correct, this is done. I'm certain, Tony said. The judge signed the order. Outside the courthouse, on the steps, in the May morning, that was the same courthouse steps as December, but warmer and brighter, and with the specific quality of a day that knew what it was doing, Ron said. Same as last time. Now what? Tony looked at him. We go home, Tony said. And Neville and I are going to the Burrow in 3 weeks for the garden, Tony said. And Hermione has the Department of Mysteries response to draft. And Harry owes me a full debrief on the 3rd volume textbook because he finished it last week, and I want to know what he thought of the propulsion theory chapter. It was wrong, Harry said. The propulsion theory, the author's assumption about field geometry, is inconsistent with at home, Tony said, over dinner with evidence. Harry looked at him with the expression of someone who had been waiting to have this conversation and was pleased it was happening tonight. I have notes, Harry said. Of course you do, Tony said. Hermione said, I also have notes. On the propulsion chapter, we can compare. Harry and Hermione looked at each other. Your notes are probably different from mine, Harry said. Almost certainly, Hermione said. That's the point. Ron looked at Tony. This is going to be a long dinner, Ron said. Yes, Tony said. Make something good. Ron looked at the courthouse steps, at the city. At the bright May morning, he looked at Tony. He said, Tony. Yeah, the 99th percentile thing, the tactical intelligence. He paused. You keep giving me things to know about myself, information I didn't have. He paused again. I just wanted to say, Ron, Tony said. That I'm going to do the same thing, Ron said. When I have kids, he stopped. That's the thing you pass on, the information, the right kind. He looked at Tony. I learned it here. Tony looked at Ron. He thought about Arthur at the transit point with his hand on Tony's shoulder. He thought about things that moved laterally, person to person, generation to generation, not diminishing but accumulating. I learned it somewhere too, Tony said. Ron looked at him. Where? Ron said. Tony thought about it. From you, Tony said. From all of you, from watching what you needed and figuring out how to provide it. He paused. That's how it goes. It moves in both directions. Ron was quiet for a moment. He nodded. Right, he said. Home, they went home. That evening, Tony sat in the lab after dinner after the propulsion chapter debate, which had been excellent and had lasted 90 minutes, and had produced 3 pages of collaborative notes that Jarvis had logged. And after Ron's meal, which had been as good as always. And after Neville's debrief on the Easter Garden progress, which was exceeding the 3-year projection at the 5-week mark. And after Hermione had shown Tony the Department of Mysteries draft, which was precise and comprehensive and unambiguous about attribution after all of it. Tony sat in the lab. He opened the after file. He looked at the entries. He looked at the entry from December. The H fits. The Burrow has light in every window. This is where Ron came from. Now I know. He opened a new entry. He wrote, May 14. Adoption finalized. All 4. He thought about it. He thought about what else to write. He thought about the courthouse steps, and Ron saying that's the thing you pass on, and the propulsion chapter debate, and the May morning, and the specific ordinary quality of an evening that contained everything it needed to contain. He wrote, the information moves in both directions. I didn't know that before. I know it now. He looked at this. He thought about the astronomy tower and the things he hadn't told anyone for 2 months. He thought about the thing Harry had said in the lab in August that had been private for 8 months and was now part of the story. He thought about how things moved from private to shared, the natural pace of it, the rightness of letting them arrive in their own time. He wrote one more line. This is where I came from now. It goes both ways. He looked at this. He closed the after file. He sat at the workbench. The lab was quiet, not the before quiet, not the after quiet. Just the quiet of a space at rest, occupying its own existence without urgency. Tony looked at the corner chair. He looked at the photograph. He looked at the window boxes, visible through the kitchen door, the lavender on the left growing well. He looked at the chess set, mid-game. He looked at the engineering textbooks on the side table, 3 volumes now, the 3rd one Harry's own. The notes dense and specific in handwriting that had gotten faster as the year had gone on. the handwriting of someone who was catching up to their own thoughts. He thought about what he hadn't told anyone, not a secret. Just his, specifically, the particular private fullness of it. The thing was this. It was an ordinary Tuesday in February, not significant in any way, no procedure, no debrief, no specific occasion, just a Tuesday. Tony had been at the workbench, and Harry had been in the corner chair, and Hermione had been at the algorithm console, and Ron had been in the kitchen making something that involved a lot of clattering, and Neville had been at the kitchen table with the botanical drawings. And at some point, Tony had looked up from the workbench, not for any reason, just looked up, and he had seen all four of them in his peripheral vision simultaneously, the specific, distributed presence of four people being completely themselves in a space they had made theirs, and he had felt something that he didn't have precise language for. It wasn't pride, though it had pride in it. It wasn't love, though it had love in it. It wasn't satisfaction, though it had that too. It was something more foundational than any of those things. The specific quality of a person who has built something and looked at it and understood that it was right, not perfect, not finished, not without further work to do, but right in the way that things are right when they are what they were meant to be. He had looked up on an ordinary Tuesday in February and felt that he was exactly where he was meant to be, doing exactly what he was meant to do, with exactly the people he was meant to do it with. He hadn't said anything. He'd looked back at the workbench, he'd kept working, but he'd filed it, stored it in the careful place, held it completely without trying to keep it from moving. He'd thought, this is the thing, this is it. And then the workbench had called him back, and Hermione had asked a question, and Ron had produced food, and the Tuesday had continued. That was it. That was the thing he'd never told anyone. He sat in the lab now, in the May evening, and thought about it. "Jarvis," he said. "Sir." The resident file. "Open, sir." Tony looked at the corner chair. "Add a note," he said, "in the Guardian Notes section." "What shall I add, sir?" Tony thought about the Tuesday in February. He thought about all the Tuesdays. He thought about the specific, ordinary, completely real quality of a life that was what it was supposed to be, he said. Add, an ordinary Tuesday in February, all four present, everyone exactly themselves. This was the moment. I knew it while it was happening. Jarvis was quiet for a moment. "Added, sir," Jarvis said, and there was something in his voice, the warm, particular quality of something that had been paying attention for a long time and understood what it was witnessing. Tony looked at the lab, he thought. This is what stays, he thought, all of it. Every ordinary Tuesday. Every soup recipe, every calibration check, every chess game, every window box, every letter from Ptolemy, every H on a jumper, every bolt on a door, he thought, this is what stays. "Jarvis," he said, "Sir, what's the time?" 9:47 p.m., sir. Is everyone in bed?" Ron and Neville are in their rooms. Hermione's light is on. She appears to be reading the arithmancy text, not working. A pause. "Harry is in the lab doorway, sir." Tony turned around. Harry was in the lab doorway. He was in pajamas, and his hair was doing several things simultaneously, and he was holding the third-volume textbook with a finger marking his place, and he had the expression of someone who had been about to go to bed and had seen the lab light and had come to the doorway instead. "You're awake," Harry said. "I was about to stop," Tony said. Harry looked at the lab. "The propulsion chapter," Harry said. "Tomorrow," Tony said. "I know," Harry said. He paused. "I wanted to say about the chapter, the field geometry problem." He held up the book. "I think there's an approach that solves it. I've been thinking about it since dinner." Tony looked at him. Harry in the lab doorway with his marked page and his hair and his 3-year-old knowledge of engineering that had started with a disassembled Stark pad component on a couch in Hogwarts. "Tomorrow," Tony said again. Harry nodded. He stayed in the doorway. "Tony," he said. "Yeah, today." "Yeah," Tony said. Harry was quiet. "I know it's just paperwork," he said. "I know it's catching up to what's already true. I know none of it changed today because it was already Harry." Tony said. Harry looked at him. "It's not just paperwork," Tony said. Harry held his gaze. "No," Harry said. "No, it's not." They looked at each other across the lab. Tony thought about what to say. He said the simplest thing. "Go to bed," he said. "The propulsion chapter will be wrong tomorrow too. We'll fix it together." Harry's mouth did the thing. Okay, he said. He went. Tony sat in the lab for a while longer. He thought about okay. He thought about the word and what it had meant across the year, the weight Harry had put in it, the specific content of it, the trust encoded in its 2 syllables. Okay had meant, I believe the pattern. Okay had meant, I'm choosing to trust the consistent evidence. Okay had meant, I'm letting myself have this, and Tony thought, yes, me too, all of it, me too. He turned off the lab light, he went to bed. The building held its people. The city blazed outside. The chess set was mid-game. The lavender was growing. The corner chair waited. The photograph sat on the workbench in its permanent place. The after file was open and filling. And somewhere in the resident file, in the Guardian Notes section, Jarvis had logged one final addition, not the one Tony had asked for. A different one. Added quietly, without instruction, in the small self-expressive way that Jarvis had been developing for years. All residents present. Building nominal. Everyone exactly themselves. This is what stays.